Chapter 1098. Xiao Feng was in the third anima. If she hadn't entered the 10 directions domain, this wouldn't have happened. But when she entered the 10 directions domain, Yi Lan had already connected her state of mind, will, and cultivation comprehension with her original body. In other words, Xiao Feng had the mental state of her main body, but her strength was that of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. This was the reason why her endurance far exceeded the resistance of the third anima. My good disciple, you have nothing to say? Xiao Feng raised her head and pouted. She took a step forward and glared at Chen Hao. Chen Hao awkwardly took a step back and said, We overlooked your current situation. We didn't mean to pressure you. There's no need to explain. Send me in. Xiao Feng turned her face away. Xiao Feng. At that moment, Lan Feng suddenly said, Don't blame them. It was all my wishful thinking. I was the one who wanted to exert pressure on you. I didn't realize that you were in the third anima, so I appeared and made you unable to resist. It made me think too highly of myself and think too highly of myself. I gave you an inch and wanted a yard. This has nothing to do with boss, the sisters-in-law, or the brothers and sisters. I apologize. Lan Feng. Chen Hao couldn't help but say, Lan Feng? How could he not feel Lan Feng's current mood? Boss, that's the truth. I was too naive. I'm sorry. Boss, we've already stepped into the foreign battlefield. Let's begin. I want to act alone. Don't worry about me. I'll go first. Before Lan Feng finished speaking, he turned into a streak of light and quickly left. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone could see that Lan Feng was trying to put on an unnatural expression. It wasn't easy for him to meet someone he liked. Furthermore, he had expressed his feelings in front of everyone and asked for their help. Who would have thought that he would end up making a fool of himself? The falling flowers were willing, but the heartless flowing water was merciless. Xiao Feng's words had already revealed a clear message. Brother, I'll go check on Brother Lan. Chen Nan frowned and looked at Chen Hao. Okay. Little Xia and I will go too. What can little Nan say with her clumsy tongue? Boss, don't worry. This kid will be fine soon. Du Jing pulled Lin Xia and chased after Lan Feng. Damn it. I'll just beat him up and nothing will happen. Senior brother, I'll go too. Anyway, it's too safe to be by your side. Rumble. The coiling dragon's huge body chased after him in a frenzy. Big brother, you guys go too. Be careful. Send me a message if anything happens. When Chen Ling and Liang also spoke, Chen Hao waved his hand and said, Chen Ling replied before she suddenly sent a voice transmission, Big brother, feelings will always be a matter between two people. Let nature take its course. In the blink of an eye, only Chen Hao, the girls, and Xiao Feng, whose expression had turned ugly, were left. Chen Hao looked at Xiao Feng. After a moment of hesitation, he said, As far as I can remember, this was the first time Lan Feng fell in love. He has fallen in love, so I should be moved. I should happily throw myself into his arms and become his Dao companion? Does that mean you'll accept all the women who fall in love with you? Or should I say, I accept all the men who are attracted to me? That's not what I meant. You didn't? My dear disciple, I'm afraid you don't even believe your own words, right? Send me in, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I won't force you to call me master. After this is over, we'll write off our relationship as master and disciple, and we won't owe each other anything. Chen Hao frowned slightly. You won't let me in? Fine, I'll just die here. Since master asked me to sacrifice my life, I'll sacrifice it completely. Swoosh. As Xiao Feng spoke, he suddenly turned into a stream of light and flashed away. At this moment, Chen Hao had no choice but to move. A crystal flashed between his eyebrows. Xiao Feng resisted slightly and snorted at Chen Hao before entering the world in Chen Hao's mind. How? Chen Hao was the first to catch up to him. She grabbed his arm and said, Don't think too much. We've done what we should do. Let nature take its course. Yeah, brother, don't think too much. Brother Lan should be fine soon. How do you feel? There's no need to worry, I've blocked off her divine sense. When he heard Chen Shui and little Yen, Chen Hao looked at all the women that had arrived successively and asked, I feel, Long Ting patted her head. Hu Mainyang frowned slightly. Heli and Wuxi looked at the sky. The two sisters looked at each other affectionately. Bailey Ningbing bit her lip. I know even if you don't say it. Don't worry, I won't fall into this dilemma. Master is right. Master? Which master? Master Xiaofeng. Lan Feng has feelings for her, but does that mean she must have feelings for him? Even for you, brother, I went through a lot of twists and turns, went through untold hardships, climbed a mountain of swords, jumped into a pot of boiling oil, and went through 81 difficulties before I finally got my hands on you. How can true love be so simple? Don't you think so? Chen Hao suddenly said with a smile, his eyes sparkling. The girls frowned and looked at Chen Hao. Brother, does that include me? Xiao Yan asked with a blushing face, after a slight pause, heartlessly burrowed into Chen Hao's arms. Brother has always treated you as my most beloved sister, a little girl who hasn't grown up. Now it seems that you're still. How? I'm not a little girl anymore. Yes, those who should have grown up have all grown up. Brother feels that no one in the world is worthy of you, so I can only reluctantly be your brother and Dao companion. Fortunately, I'm not your biological brother. Just nice. Chen Hao said as he pinched Chen Yan's little face lovingly. Although Chen Shui and the others knew that Chen Hao deliberately didn't want them to feel a little heavy in their hearts and atmosphere. But when they saw Chen Hao's extremely doting look towards Chen Yan, and yet he said such shameless words, they couldn't help but laugh. Brother, I won't call you brother in the future. You're confusing familial love. What I want is love. Little fool, the highest level of love is familial love. Blood is thicker than water. That's love without a trace of impurities, a love that can't be cut off. You've directly advanced to the highest level of love, and you're still not happy? I'm not happy, Chen Yan said frankly. But actually, what I want to say is that parents, younger brothers, younger sisters, family, these are all facts that can never be changed. No matter when, no matter what happens, it will never change. But Dao companions, brothers, don't think too much, I'm just speaking from my heart. I'm not saying that between us, Dao companions can meet and part at any time. Brothers and sisters who can give their lives for each other, can also leave at any time, or even turn against each other. I don't want to see such a situation. Chen Hao's gaze lingered on the girls as he said softly. How, are you worried about Lan Feng? I'm not worried about him. It's just that my problem is very serious. I don't know if Master's third anima has anything to do with me, but I feel that it might have something to do with it. If it wasn't for me, Lan Feng might not have succeeded, but with me, it's very difficult for him to succeed. With only the few of you here, I'm not boasting, nor am I complacent. I just deeply hate this feeling. My brilliance covers up everything, and it can't harden my heart to refuse anything, especially beautiful women. You're moved and I'm soft-hearted and I'm moved. Chen Hao didn't look at the girls again, but instead looked at the void. It's like a curse that I can't break free from. Again and again. It's always unavoidable, making you accept it, calmly accept it, and finally indulge me. Chen Shui and the others quieted down, not saying a word. Chen Hao's expression and tone weren't joking. He was opening his heart and telling them what was in his heart. As for Chen Hao's words, Chen Shui, Heli and Wuxi, Xia Yuyu, and Chen Yan didn't say anything. However, Tantai Lian, the sisters, and Long Ting all frowned slightly. Especially Bailey Ningbing and Hu Mainyang, they felt as if he was talking about them. Many times, many people have said that I have luck with women. I also attribute this to my luck with women. I remember that the first person I liked was Xiao Mei, Sister Mei. At that time, I had just entered the Xiao clan of the Eastern continent and became a cultivator of the secular world. She was good to me and was my personal instructor. At that time, I had just awakened the memories of my previous life. I had the body of a 12 or 13-year-old youth, but I had the heart of a mature man, including the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Sister Mei was a mature woman to me. Later, I quickly improved and left. Later on, Sister Mei, who had ordinary talent, was pressured by her parents to agree to brother Xiao Feng of the Xiao clan. I only found out when I returned from the cultivation world. At that time, I pretended that I didn't care. I also thought that Sister May had found happiness, so I didn't care. But in reality I cared. Later on, when I found out that Sister May had always been loyal to me, and that she and Xiao Feng were only Dao companions in name, I was very happy. Look, this is Sister May's appearance at that time. Chen Hao seemed to have completely sunk into the memories of the past. A crystal light flashed between his eyebrows, and he took out a small knife and a piece of iron wood. In an instant, Xiao Mei's appearance when she had sent him to the Royal Academy was vividly displayed in front of everyone. At that time, I understood Sister Mei's gaze. I was very fickle. Before I left Cloud State City, I used the golden snake coiling hand in a duel with Xiao Wu. At that time, Xiao Wu hated me to death. I attacked her chest and barely won. Moreover, our energy attributes made us like each other. When I went to the Royal Academy, I was together with Xiao Wu and Mo Yui. Xiao Wu was called Femphilothothimi. You're still talking? Helian Wuzi didn't expect Chen Hao to change the topic and talk about her. She blushed slightly and said angrily. But her heart was filled with joy. First update, yesterday, I really couldn't write anymore in the internet cafe. So I took my daughter out of kindergarten and played with her for a day. Today, I will write until midnight. I will write as many updates as I can. It will definitely explode. Those with monthly votes, please support Dark Mountain. Thank you. Chapter 1099. Femme Fatale, Pink Skeletons. A gentle village, a hero's mound. At that time, I was trembling with fear, as if I was treading on thin ice. In my previous life, to be exact, it was my other half who occupied the main position and influence to a certain extent. Even if it was love, I didn't dare to easily reveal it. Little Wu was ravaged by me like a man. Of course, it was to raise her cultivation and battle strength. I remember that at that time, I even instilled in her to use her beautiful appearance as a trump card that could be used. Chen Hao held Helian Wuzi's small hand and didn't stop, continuing to speak. During that time, during one of my experiences, I encountered the remains of yin-yang dual cultivation. Coincidentally, I entered together with Yu, who had run away from home from the cultivation world. At that time, Yu's clear eyes were like a pure and flawless angel, pure and clear, without any aura of the secular world. It made me unable to control myself, unable to resist. Because of that kind of gaze, I didn't have any suspicions or worries. Unfortunately, I was forcibly separated by Yu's powerful father and grandfather. However, that also stimulated my strong obsession to step into the cultivation world. Sister Yu's eyes are indeed very beautiful, like a little doll's. Chen Yen moved in front of the slightly red Xia Yu, staring at her eyes as she spoke. Xia Yu pinched little Yan's cheeks with both hands, indicating for her to be quiet. Afterwards, during the competition in Xuanwu Empire, I met little Lian. She was like a lotus flower, attracting people's attention, but her scheming was deep and ruthless. In the end, I, little Lian, Yang Fan, Li Feng, and I Jian Pain, obtained the qualifications to step into the cultivation world of the Eastern continent. I couldn't forget the scene of little Wu recklessly attacking the barrier of the teleportation light, crying out for me with a face full of tears. At that time, I discovered that no matter if it was femme fatale or pink skeletons, I had long been unable to part with them. When I stepped into the cultivation world of the Eastern continent for the first test, I met a pervert, Dong Fong Han. He made me nauseous for a very long time. You're the disgusting one. But listen to me first. In the beginning, I really didn't like Xiao Lian, and I wasn't moved at all. Even after I obtained Xiao Lian's primordial yin body, it was also because of my responsibility. Xiao Lian, don't cry. You're the first woman in my life, and you changed because of me. I like you so much now. When I was training in the Eastern continent, I met Xiao Shui, and we went through many life and death situations together. Later, I found out that the disgusting Lung Yihan was Xiao Shui. My relationship with Xiao Shui can be considered as real equals. It's a relationship that can withstand the test of trials and tribulations. Her blue dress made me dizzy, but at the same time, it also made me want to have her. Although I haven't gotten her yet. Cough cough, I'm talking about her body. What are you trying to say? Chen Shui stared at Chen Hao and asked. Intuition told her that Chen Hao was being so frank. Although the girls wouldn't show anything, Chen Hao definitely couldn't be fair and would definitely cause some people to be in a bad mood. Don't worry. Wait for me to finish. Later, I was the first to leave the eastern continent and was chased by Xiao Shui. At that time, I was chased by the eastern continent's Devil Dao and Demon Dao, and I entered the 9 Nether Cold Pond in the origin space of Wuji Star. Later, because I couldn't help myself with Xiao Shui, I almost did that. Master Han Mei took Xiao Shui away. I met Huan Huan and Lele. At that time, without them, I'm afraid I would have died. I'm very perverted. In my previous life, I was a pair of beautiful sisters. But I can endure it and I can control it. When my god-grandfather became my Taoist companion, it was also because the 2 girls seduced me. Later, I let nature take its course. No! Huan Huan and Lele suddenly blushed. Later, I met Xiaoting. Brother Hao, you don't have to say anymore. I drugged you to seduce you. It's just that I couldn't cook the rice with you. Long Ting was thick-skinned and said directly, speaking of which, we endured that drug. At this time, Bailey Ningbing turned her face to the side. She originally thought that Chen Hao would mention her, but instead of her, who was supposed to appear, he changed the topic to Long Ting, love and hate, hate and love. Even if it was just a word or two, she would accept it. She had already thrown everything aside. The past was the past. Even if the evaluation was bad, she could accept it. But Chen Hao had skipped over her. It's not all like what you said. Back then, you treated me so well. How could I let you down? It's just that your appearance is what I'm most conflicted about. Fortunately, the result of my divination has been proven correct. Chen Hao said. At this point, he looked at Bailey Ningbing, who had turned her face to the side, and said, Ningbing, when I first met you, you were high and mighty like a queen. You ordered me to be your Dao partner and even threatened me. At that time, I had the urge to kill you. If it was possible. Later, when we stepped onto the Yaing planet, you became crazier and more unreasonable. Fortunately, you didn't do anything that truly angered me. You also didn't want to kill me. That time I stripped you. Stop it. Bailey Ningbing hurriedly stopped him. Later, you fell out with Moling Takshu, because of me. Mainyang too. At the very beginning, fortunately, I didn't have the strength to kill you. Otherwise, later on, we fought and quarreled, and now, it all seems natural. But Chen Hao changed the topic. Is it really natural? Is it because of my luck with women, or my talent and potential, or is it because enemies always meet? If I didn't have the luck with women, and if I didn't have the talent and strength I have today, and if I was just a mediocre cultivator, would you still be with me? You would. I know all of you would now. For more than 10,000 years, when I had almost no hope of returning, all of you never gave up. I believe that even if I was worthless now, all of you wouldn't leave me. But before I met all of you, I was very mediocre. Chen Hao, what are you trying to say? Is your assumption valid? Or is there any meaning to it? Whom Mainyang couldn't help but ask. It's not valid. There's no meaning to it either. I know all of this and I know all of it, Chen Hao said. Then why are you still saying it? Whom Mainyang asked. To make you dig out your hearts and give me the truest feeling. The truest feeling from when you first met me. You don't have to say it, just condense it into the light of memories and give it to me. I want the truest, the most primitive feeling that can't be affected by my current emotions. In your dreams. I don't care about them, I won't tell you anyway. Chen Shui suddenly said. Little Shui, distance is also a kind of beauty. Whom Mainyang smiled faintly. Mainyang. I don't seem to have any secrets. Long Ting frowned and thought. Yes, little sister Ting is still the best, but I can't give it to you just because you want it. I'll be the same as little Shui and Mainyang. Long Ting said. Me too. How? Thank you for being responsible. Tan Tai Lien stared at Chen Hao and said. If I didn't cry and shout and desperately look for you, would you have never discovered my good side? The endless cycle of reincarnation. Should I consider which me to choose? Ahem. Enough, stop talking. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Brother, I wanted to give it to you, but it's fine if you don't want it. Chen Yan suddenly said. What's the point of giving it to me? Think with your but I know everything about you, brother. Actually, I know you're doing this for Brother Lon and the ancestor. Brother, I think you're overthinking it. You don't want Brother Lon to be hurt, especially because of yourself, right? Chen Yan suddenly said. Everyone's expression changed slightly. How could they not see it? It was just that no one pointed it out and said it out loud. Because they didn't know what to do. To be exact, this really had nothing to do with Chen Hao. However, if it was really as everyone expected, and it was indirectly because of Chen Hao, what should they say? What should they do? Liking someone was a person's freedom. Love was mutual. Just like Xiaofeng said, would you accept anyone who had feelings for you? That was impossible. They couldn't force Xiaofeng to be with Lan Feng. However, a woman's intuition was very frightening. When Xiaofeng first appeared, they called her sister-in-law and exerted pressure. It wasn't as simple as Lan Feng asking them to help. Xiaofeng's sudden outburst didn't seem to be because of Chen Hao rejecting Lan Feng, but the way she looked at Chen Hao and the way she spoke made the women intuitively feel that something was wrong. Perhaps Xiaofeng didn't even notice it, as the people involved. How could Chen Hao and Lan Feng not feel it? Not to mention that Xiaofeng had subtly revealed some kind of hidden desire. Even if Xiaofeng hadn't, the disappointed Lan Feng might have had some thoughts, let alone the girls who could sense it. Right, Chen Hao said. Actually, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. We, the core members of Proud Heavens, have many women. Unfortunately, they're all brothers, cough cough. So, I think this is a good opportunity. They're all cultivators of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. We can make friends with more beautiful and good-natured women. If we can recruit them into Proud Heavens, we can create opportunities for Brother Lon, Brother Pan, and Second Brother Nan. Perhaps everything will be solved. However, brother, before they confirm their relationship, you shouldn't appear. At least, don't meet with any of the women. What do you think? The women looked at Chen Yan. Chen Hao's eyes widened. He was speechless. Is it not good? Brother, have I reached such a terrifying level? I feel that as long as Big Brother is here, any woman will only have you in their eyes, regardless of friend or foe. You also said that you are soft-hearted and then, just like us, they will all be yours. Being your brother is really quite pitiful. Chen Yan said seriously after thinking for a while. What do you think? Chen Hao looked at Chen Shui and the others. You're so annoying. Fortunately, you're not a pervert. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen. Chen Shui glared at Chen Hao. No one knew that Chen Shui said to Chen Hao telepathically, for example, Dong Lu, for example. Chen Hao's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Second update, very difficult to write. Very slow to write. Chapter 1100. I know what to do now. From today onwards, just send me a message whenever you need me. I'll be your invisible firefighter. I won't appear in front of others anymore. Of course, don't expose my identity. Please call me Red Scarf. Alright, dismissed. Let's begin. Let's begin. Oh, you can consider Xiao Yan's suggestion. After Chen Hao finished speaking, a bright light appeared and he turned into Gao Kuan, the commander of the Dark Demon race. You can go. I'll use this identity. While the girls were still in a daze, Chen Hao's figure flashed, and he took the lead to leave. You can also make people flinch and look up to you. You're like a god and they don't dare to hope for you. You can't keep a low profile. Sometimes, you can't keep a low profile. Red Scarf. At this moment, Nurse Lu Hui's voice sounded in Chen Hao's mind. That makes sense. If Red Scarf can't make it, I can consider it. Chen Hao's great teleportation technique was as fast as lightning. He shuttled back and forth in the vast extraterritorial battlefield, capturing the aura and waves of the cultivators. Half a month later. Early Hongmeng State, Dark Demon Race. What a powerful aura. Gao Kuan. A group of thousands of alien race allied forces suddenly sensed a cultivator's aura rapidly approaching and entered their field of vision in an instant. Cultivators from other galaxies were shocked when they sensed the other party's realm and aura at close range. However, they didn't panic because they had already sensed the other party's aura. The cultivators of the dark demon race in the army became excited when they saw the other party's appearance. Greetings, Commander Gao Kuan. Greetings, Commander Gao Kuan. Almost instantly, the cultivators of the dark demon race bowed to Chen Hao. They had already received the news that Gao Kuan had replaced the previous commander and became the new commander of the extraterritorial battlefield. The former commander would be the deputy commander. When Gao Kuan didn't take over, he would still be in charge. Commander? You call me commander? Commander Gao Kuan, the ruler has already given the order. You are now the commander of our dark demon clan in the ancient chaos battlefield. It's just that you came in a hurry and didn't bring your token. Crash. The cultivators of the other foreign races were surprised and looked at Chen Hao. It was no wonder that his aura was so strong in the early stages of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. Chen Hao seemed to be slightly stunned. Then he looked in a direction and his eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl from the elf clan. I've been stuck in the 10-direction territory for more than 1,000 years. You can come and help me vent my anger. What no one expected was that Gao Kuan would suddenly say such unreasonable words. His eyes were incomparably lustful as he stared straight at the girl beside a powerful elf cultivator. Shameless. The female elf, who was still surprised by the other party's identity, immediately cursed with a red face. Impudent. What did you say? The elf tribe cultivator with a powerful aura was instantly enraged. He pointed at Chen Hao's nose from afar and shouted angrily. Although he was shocked to learn the other party's identity and felt the other party's terrifying aura, he couldn't stand such a blatant slap in the face. Even an idiot could see that the girl beside him was his cultivation partner. Commander Gao Kuan, this is the leader of our alliance army, and this is his cultivation partner. The Dark Demon Clan cultivator said to Gao Kuan awkwardly after being stunned for a moment. He was speechless. How could Gao Kuan be like this? However, they only dared to reveal the other party's identity and ask Gao Kuan to restrain himself a little. They didn't dare to say anything too extreme. Nonsense, do you think I'm blind? I've taken a fancy to this girl. Oh, and this one isn't bad either. All of you come and serve me. If you serve me well, I'll let you live. If you don't, you'll die. Say that again if you have the guts. Motherfucker, you've gone too far. Where did this idiot come from? You still call him commander? Brothers, go, kill this scum for me. In an instant, Chen Hao's unscrupulous and shameless behavior angered the cultivators of several galaxies, especially those of the galaxies where the girls were pointed by Chen Hao. So what if he was a commander? He wasn't their commander. If they admitted to such humiliation, they would lose face for their clan. Everyone calm down, calm down. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Gao Kuan is the direct disciple of our master, the #1 genius of the Dark Demon Clan. Shut up. Didn't you see that they insulted me and wanted to kill me? Go all of you. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. What made the Dark Demon Clan cultivators want to vomit blood was that Gao Kuan wasn't afraid at all. He stopped them like an idiot and he directly attacked. What #1 genius? I think he's just a scum. Kill. Chen Hao took the initiative to capture the first female elf he had picked, and the rest of them attacked in anger. There were many people of the Dark Demon Clan, but only 1/9 of them. Who dared to attack them? Furthermore, Gao Kuan was far too brainless and arrogant. Boom, boom, boom. Gao Kuan rushed into the crowd and killed in all directions, showing his terrifying strength. However, he had incurred the wrath of the crowd and was faced with the violent attacks of countless people. Fuck you, this is an order. I'm the commander. Do you think my words are bullshit? Go all of you. Otherwise, I'll kill you myself. Chen Hao, who was as fierce as a beast, cursed the Dark Demon Clan cultivators as he resisted the countless attacks. Go, If Gao Kun dies, none of us will live. The master won't let us go. The junior leader of the Dark Demon clan transmitted to the others. At the same time, he quickly reported to the senior leader through the token. Sorry. You killed our commander, that's the same as killing us. Sorry. After saying that, the junior leader took the lead and attacked the cultivators surrounding Chen Hao. At the same time, the other cultivators of the Dark Demon clan also moved. Commander, we'll cover you. You run first, run? I haven't vented yet. Run your mother. Kill them all. This was a madman, an unreasonable madman. The Dark Devil Race's people all knew that if they didn't handle this properly, they would be finished. They were unable to persuade him. Their only hope was that a higher-level leader would arrive in time to stop this battle. Otherwise, none of them would survive. If they abandoned Gao Kun, they might be able to live for a while, but only for a while. When the time came, it might not be them who died. What? Gao Kun appeared and had a conflict with the Alliance star system? The token sent the message up the chain of command. The leader of the Dark Demon race naturally didn't dare to mention the reason for the conflict. He could only say that Gao Kun had a conflict with the Alliance star system. After all, Gao Kun's actions were completely despicable. Even if the Dark Demon race rushed over to save them, they would probably be killed by Gao Kun. All members of the Dark Demon clan listened to my order. Immediately rush to the location indicated by the token. All members of the Dark Demon clan listen to my order. If anything happens to Gao Kun, you will all die. An order with the location was sent out from the token of the Dark Demon clan's former commander. Commander, I didn't think that he would become a commander. Don't blame me for being ruthless. This is the cruelty of a race war. If you don't die, you die, or we die. Chen Hao thought in his heart. His expression suddenly became crazed. He shouted, "Motherfucker, send out the message. Say that I, Gao Kun, said that all members of the Dark Demon clan nearby come here. Destroy this group of people who dare to defy me." Commander. The junior leader's expression became extremely ugly. He cursed in his heart. Was this guy retarded? Even if he wanted to send a message, shouldn't he send it to him? Moreover, he had already sent it. By saying this, weren't you trying to alert the other side and make them report in advance and gather the cultivators of the clan? Command your mother. Send it. Already sent it. The junior leader was about to go crazy with anger, but he still forced himself to send a message. It's good that you sent it. You are very smart. What is your name? I will put you in an important position in the future. Chen Hao shouted like an idiot. Go. Hurry, motherfucker, hurry with me. It's time for us to show off. Commander Gao Kun, do you understand? Hurry. If you don't want to die, use all your strength. Charge. Many Dark Demon clan cultivators who were rushing to the entrance of the human territory suddenly changed their direction after receiving the order. What's going on? Dark Demon clan, what are you doing? Sorry, it's our commander's order. We will meet up with you after this matter is done. Boom boom boom. The Daluo Golden Wonderland is actually so strong? What? Dark Demon clan, what are you doing? We have so many people and we can't take them down? Why are you running? Sorry, we also want such beautiful human beauties. Unfortunately, our commander summoned them. We gave them to you. Fuck. Retreat. All of you follow me. What are you doing? Retreat, retreat, follow me. Somewhere, an alliance of several super geniuses from the Daluo Golden Wonderland was fighting excitedly. They wanted to reap the fruits of their victory and taste the geniuses of the human race. However, after the Dark Demon clan took the lead, they all retreated. What's going on? It was Chen Shui, Hu Meinyang and the other girls. They had finally found a foreign army to fight, but they didn't expect the enemy to have the absolute advantage and retreat. Let's go and have a look. Our speed is enough to escape anyway. Okay. Kill. Lan Feng seemed to have gone mad as he charged fearlessly into the midst of the Grand Mist Realm cultivators. The sword in his hand was sharp and terrifying to the extreme. Even though he was covered in blood, he didn't retreat in the slightest. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by a coiling dragon. Coiling dragon, Du Jing, Lin Xia, Chen Nan, Chen Ling, and Liang were also fighting crazily. This was a battle beyond their realms. They, who had been lonely in the 10-direction territory, finally found the feeling of being suppressed to their heart's content. There were a few times when they wanted to escape and then launch a surprise attack. However, Lan Feng insisted on fighting. Everyone knew that Lan Feng wanted to vent his feelings, so they could only continue to fight with him. However, almost at the same time, the girls encountered the same situation. The foreign army, which had the absolute advantage, retreated quickly. Third update, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1101. Swish, swish, swish. Rumble. Screams filled with unwillingness erupted from the mouths of the Dark Demon Clan members as they perished one after another. Gao Kun, however, remained unmoved as if he had gone mad. His body was already heavily injured, but he still had no intention of escaping. By now, everyone present, whether they were members of the Dark Demon Clan or cultivators from the other galaxies, had realized Gao Kun's terrifying strength. If he wanted to escape, no one present could stop him. However, despite being forced into a desperate situation, this fellow was still holding on bitterly as if he was waiting for the Dark Demon Clan cultivators to arrive. Before long, the hundreds of Dark Demon Clan members who were outnumbered were all dead, leaving only Gao Kun. Roar! Gao Kun suddenly let out a roar that reverberated through heaven and earth. His voice was filled with anger, despair, unwillingness, and madness. Sky Demon Clan, Sky Demon Clan. Pa. To be so vicious in order to kill a peerless genius like me, Gao Kun. You even dared to kill the tyrants. So what if you control my mind? Good, good, even if I, Gao Kun, am only a supreme being of Hongmeng, I will drag all of you Sky Demon Clan down with me. The crazy, shrill, and piercing howl suddenly cut through the endless void, echoing with his figure for billions of miles like a thunderclap. Countless Dark Demon Clan cultivators who had already approached and were rushing over with all their might revealed looks of horror at this moment. Even an idiot could tell that this was Gao Kun's final outburst and madness in the moment of life and death. Sky Demon Clan. Countless Dark Demon Clan cultivators who didn't know the situation were convinced by Gao Kun's last words without a doubt that the Sky Demon Clan was trying to kill Gao Kun, a true monstrous genius. In particular, those who were more advanced and were aware of the terrifying strength Gao Kun had displayed before he entered were even more certain that the Sky Demon Clan, the sworn enemy of the Dark Demon Clan, must be trying to kill Gao Kun, an existence destined to be a great threat in the future. After all, the alliance of the 9 galaxies was only temporary. After the human race was wiped out, competition between the 9 galaxies was inevitable, and the Sky Demon Clan and the Dark Demon Clan had been the fiercest rivals since ancient times. Now was undoubtedly the best time to kill a genius like Gao Kun. On the other hand, the foreign race cultivators present were all dumbfounded, especially the Sky Demon cultivators. Kill him? What the fuck is this? Boom. Boom. However, before they could think any further, Gao Kun suddenly erupted like a volcano. He burned his soul, his life, his true essence, his mortal body, and everything else. Suddenly, a power that was many times stronger than before seemed to want to destroy the world. The unimaginably majestic and terrifying divine power swept through the entire sky in an instant. Endless pressure and Tao laws sealed the entire space. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions occurred one after another, turning the surrounding hundreds of millions of miles into a living hell. Energy raged, and the floating meteors were destroyed. Countless shrill screams were contained within until they were annihilated. Gao Kun was dead. He had self-detonated, taking down all his enemies with him. Everyone present died with extreme shock. None of them were able to escape, and none of them were able to send out any information in time. This was because they, who were confident of victory, had never imagined that Gao Kun's eruption of power before his death would be so terrifying. There was only an imperceptible breeze that flashed and disappeared without a trace in an instant. No one knew that he had come, and no one knew that he had left. Crack. At almost the same time, in the Dark Demon Clan Master's mind, Gao Kuan's longevity tablet suddenly shattered. In the outer realm, there was no Hongmeng Qi to shield heaven's secrets. A cultivator's life and death could be reflected in the heavenly Tao in a mysterious way. Buzz. Rumble. The entire planet in the Dark Demon Clan's Dark Star system trembled because of the Dark Demon Clan Master's sudden rage. There was no need for the Dark Demon Clan members in the Outer Realm battlefield to send a message. The Dark Demon Clan Master's true body charged directly into the Outer Realm battlefield. A storm was coming. I wonder how effective it will be. It's a pity that I used Gao Kuan as a puppet back then. If I had used the God race or the insect race to obtain the title of commander, the effect would have been better. The tyrant race's golden dragon won't be able to use it, Chen Hao, who had left the scene of trouble in an instant, thought to himself. Although he had used Gao Kuan's identity to stir up conflict, he had never thought that it would cause such a huge commotion. However, things were different after learning that Gao Kuan had become a commander. Chen Hao knew that the effect would definitely be better than he had imagined, especially if Gao Kuan died and the Sky Demon Clan was blamed for it. Chen Hao believed that the Dark Demon Clan cultivators wouldn't be stupid enough to expose his evil deeds in the first place. The Sky Demon Clan and the other foreign races had probably sent out news of his evil deeds. However, that wasn't important anymore. Everyone was dead. Moreover, Chen Hao had said some misleading words at the end, saying that the fate of the other races was up to the heavens. The Dark Demon Clan and the Sky Demon Clan were bound to fall out, and how far they would fall out was up to the heavens. Chen Hao wanted to frame the tyrants the most, but the tyrants were too strong. If things went wrong, the Dark Demon Clan might just swallow their anger and suffer a great loss. Therefore, framing the Sky Demon Clan was undoubtedly the best choice. Phew, that felt good. Only the Supreme of Hongmeng would be interesting. Too bad this small army doesn't have any elites and can't enjoy to the fullest. Let's find a place to recover first. No elites enjoyed themselves to the fullest, but Chen Hao's final blow had wiped out everyone and left him completely exhausted. Swish! Chen Hao abruptly charged toward a huge floating meteorite and disappeared into it. All sects, heed my orders. Grand Miss Supremacy Realm, all, send out 2 of your elites. Fight the Sky Demon Clan to the death. Kill. Not long after, the furious Dark Demon Clan Master issued a powerful order. Just as the news of the framed Sky Demon Clan's master reached him, the Dark Demon Clan cultivators on the extraterritorial battlefield had already broken away from the allied army and formed an independent army to begin a massacre against the Sky Demon Clan. The news of their deaths enraged the Sky Demon Clan Master, and he didn't bother to explain himself. Similarly, he ruthlessly sent out the true elite supreme of Hongmeng to the extraterritorial battlefield. At the same time, the Sky Demon Clan temporarily stopped their advance toward the human race's entrance. Move one and all. The sudden change in the extraterritorial battlefield infuriated the Tyrant's Clan Master and the Jin Clan Master, and they once again called for a meeting of the upper echelons of the 9 Galaxies Alliance. However, this time, both the Dark Demon Clan and the Sky Demon Clan refused to participate. The Dark Demon Clan Master issued a strong demand for the Sky Demon Clan Master to hand over his strongest disciple to be killed. They could temporarily stop the meeting, or they would fight to the death. But how could the Sky Demon Clan Master agree? The Jin Clan Master mobilized all his forces, but it was to no avail. Both sides fought for 10 years, and when the casualties were great, they barely succeeded in a temporary truce and turned to attack the human race again. Aside from the great casualties, there was also another important piece of news. More than 10 freakish geniuses from the human race's Daluo Golden Wonderland appeared and disappeared like ghosts in the extraterritorial battlefield where only the Supreme of Hongmeng dared to appear. From time to time, they would reap the lives of some foreign race cultivators. Although they didn't reveal their true faces and had disguised themselves, the summary of the information and the characteristics of each person led the foreign race cultivators to a shocking conclusion. They were Ao Tion's core generals from the vast universe galaxy. It was also this news that forced the Dark Demon Clan and the Sky Demon Clan to compromise and stop fighting for the time being. It was already a miracle that more than 10 Daluo Golden Wonderland cultivators could survive in the extraterritorial battlefield. It was even more unbelievable that they could kill the Supreme of Hongmeng. But the most unbelievable thing was, how could Ao Tian's core generals come out of the 10 Directions domain? The Alliance of the 9 Galaxies had sent their strongest and countless geniuses to follow Ao Tian's members into the 10 Directions domain. How could Ao Tian's people still be alive? And who had ascended to the Hongmeng realm and brought out more than 10 core generals who had yet to ascend? Some people suspected Gao Kuan. To be more precise, even the master of the dark demon race suspected Gao Kuan. Gao Kuan had come out after 1,000 years. If Ao Tian's core generals were all dead and Gao Kuan had refined the prototype of his great world to perfection, it would be fine if he came out. But Ao Tian's core generals had appeared here. Even if Gao Kuan had refined his great world to perfection, he shouldn't have come out, right? Moreover, Gao Kuan didn't report to the clan master when he came out. He had charged directly into the extraterritorial battlefield, and the conflict between the Dark Demon Clan and the Sky Demon Clan was because of Gao Kuan. This made the clan masters of the 9 galaxies, especially the Tyrant Clan Master Jin and the Shao Clan Master, feel deeply uneasy. What had happened in the 10 Directions domain? What was the situation now? At least one thing was certain, it wasn't as perfect as they had expected. Or rather, it was a failure. Ao Tian's core generals had escaped, which was the biggest failure. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that Gao Kuan might really be finished, but the other 8 commanders, the Golden Dragon, and the other experts should be fine. The members of Ao Tian should have been forced out, and it was very likely that they had controlled Gao Kuan and brought him out as a puppet. After this news was exposed, the human cultivators who had gathered at the entrance, ready to fight to the death, were shocked and excited to the extreme. Ao Tian, the founder of Ao Tian, the god of slaughter Chen Hao, was only an organization below the Grand Luo realm in the vast universe galaxy, but the reputation it had now was unmatched by any of the top sections. Monstrous geniuses emerged one after another, and their future potential was absolutely heaven-defying. Most importantly, they had the backing of the top experts. Who would dare to make a move? And now, they had killed their way into the extraterritorial battlefield as Grand Luo realm cultivators in such a short time. This was really too shocking. What made all the human cultivators even more dumbfounded was that Itoda, who was known as the #1 monstrous genius in the vast universe galaxy, howled to the sky and shouted, "Master," excitedly. He left the human entrance area and rushed into the depths of the extraterritorial battlefield. Fourth update, 12,000 words. Dark Mountain continues, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1102. Master? How could a genius like Itoda have a master? Who could be his master? Who was powerful enough to be his master? Undoubtedly, it had something to do with the core warriors of Ao Tian. However, no one could figure out who could be Itoda's master. The only possibility was that Itoda coveted the current #1 goddess in the vast universe galaxy. She was not related to Chen Hao, the god of killing, and was one of the most talented core warriors of Ao Tian. She was Hu Mainyang, the saintess of the Misty Rain House. She would never find a Taoist companion and would only have a guardian. However, the possibility was very slim. After all, Itoda was known as the disciple of Yi Lan, the strongest controller. How could Yi Lan allow him to recognize a woman as his master? It was a bit ridiculous. Of course, if Itoda was a decent person, it would be absolutely ridiculous. However, it was also because Itoda had no moral integrity at all. He would sleep with beauties with big buttocks as soon as he met them. He was so unreasonable that it made people's hair stand on end. Therefore, everyone thought it was possible that Hu Mainyang was his master. It had to be said that Itoda was now the spiritual pillar of the human cultivators. However, it was only in terms of strength. He was also the object of admiration, but he was definitely not a role model. Such a person, no matter how strong he was, couldn't be a role model for normal people without moral integrity. However, Itoda was the favorite of loose women, especially beauties with big buttocks. It was because they didn't care about reputation. They only cared about realm and cultivation. Itota's abnormal talent and his forthrightness could give them what they wanted. Although they all knew that Itota was just fooling around and wouldn't be responsible for any of them, that was enough. But that was enough. They were both taking what they needed. However, not long after, a smart person thought of a possibility. Soon, it evolved into a consensus of everyone, the most likely possibility. God of killing, Qin Hao. Absolutely. It must be. When we gave him the title of God of Killing, he turned against us directly. When we gave him the title of God of Killing, Chen Hao also turned against us and called him by his name. However, he didn't respond at all. If this isn't taboo for God of Killing, Chen Hao, what is it? It's been more than 10,000 years, and the boundless power of faith has been gathered. I believe that God of Slaughter Chen Hao has returned. I remember now. That time, Itota was heavily injured and was surrounded by tens of thousands of alien warriors. When we thought that he was going to die, he suddenly burst out and broke the seal. At that time, didn't we hear the roars of 5 ferocious beasts? Didn't the godly exterminator Chen Hao acquire the successions of the 5 ancient godly beasts when his cultivation was still very low? Perhaps he is the human form formed by the fusion of the 5 divine beasts. Good boy. Ha! Deep within the sacred hall, Yi Lan was first stunned when he received the news. Subsequently, he fell into deep thought before bursting into laughter. He, who had been immersed in nervousness, finally breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the dark demon race's Gao Qi would return, and no wonder he would be sacrificed upon his return, causing a war between the dark demons and the sky demons. So it was all because of this brat, possession and control. Aren't those his best skills? Motherfucker. Brother Yi. True immortal Shui Mei suddenly frowned. Cough cough. Shui Mei, I'm so excited. I can't help it. Pa. I thought that the humans would have to sacrifice countless Hongmeng Supremes and hold out for hundreds of years before they could return. I didn't expect this brat to do so much better than I expected. So much better. Hi. Cough cough. Brother Yi, can you inform Tianxi, Nan, Yen, and Shui to come back first? I want to see all of them. Are you still uneasy? Not recently, but I'm worried. I want to see every single one of them. This war won't last a day or two. Coming back for a while won't affect anything. Alright, I want to see how terrifying this brat has grown as well. Itota alone is enough to turn the world upside down. Even if he hasn't ascended to Hongmeng, he's probably close to a Dao-severing true immortal, and not just any Dao-severing true immortal. Pa. Yi Lan's gloominess was swept away, and he was in high spirits. Outside the entrance of the human race, a figure sat cross-legged in front of countless human cultivators. The surrounding cultivators automatically distanced themselves from him. With just a glance, one could tell that this cultivator was the commander of the human clan's cultivators. A woman. To be exact, a woman. Although she exuded the beauty of a mature woman, the clear aura of primordial Yin told everyone that she was not a real woman. Xishen. That was her name. She was one of the vice-temple masters of the Divine Palace. No one knew how old she was. However, they knew that she had existed for at least millions of years. Time did not leave any traces on her face. It only made her more mature. Countless people wanted to pluck a mature woman, but no one succeeded. Logically speaking, she, who had not aged for millions of years, should have more room for improvement and should have reached the Dao-severing true immortal. However, she had not done so. She was still at the peak of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. No one knew how strong she was. They only knew that until now, she had been guarding the entrance and had not made a move. She only gave orders to the human cultivators. Even a demon with no moral integrity like Itota had not approached her. She did not praise or express any appreciation for Itota's amazing achievements. Similarly, she had never criticized Itota for sleeping with beauties with big buttocks. If Itota was the spiritual pillar of the human cultivators, then Commander Xi Xian was the greatest reliance in the human cultivators' hearts. The supreme of Hongmeng present and countless former disciples of the sanctum had more or less been trained by her. To many people, this woman was a legend or an immortal legend. She was also a mysterious existence because no one knew her true strength. They only knew that she was unfathomable. At the same time, they also knew that even the current leader, Chen Wuliang, was very good to her, or rather, very polite. Buzz. At this moment, Commander Xian, who usually sat cross-legged with her eyes closed like a statue, suddenly opened her eyes. The crystal light that bloomed from her eyes immediately made the surrounding cultivators look at her with respect. Everyone knew that this was the time for Commander Xian to give orders. The 10th to the 30th legions, listen to my orders. Immediately split up and enter the depths of the extraterritorial battlefield. If you encounter any members of the proud heavens, inform them immediately. Ask Killer God Chen how to bring everyone back to the sanctum immediately. Commander Yi Lan and Snow Plum Blossom True Immortal summon them. Voila, the human cultivators' tokens were passed down one by one. In an instant, the news had spread to everyone. It was like an atomic bomb had exploded, causing a huge uproar. Their previous guesses were directly confirmed by Commander Xian's orders. The killer god Chen Hao, who had collapsed more than 10,000 years ago, had returned. The core general of the proud heavens Dao Yuo Golden Wonderland was able to kill the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm's army in the extraterritorial battlefield. How terrifying would the killer god Chen Hao, who had returned more than 10,000 years ago, be? If Edo Tai was already so terrifying, then how terrifying would the killer god Chen Hao, who was determined to be Edo Tai's master, be? Commander Xian watched as the uproar of discussion drowned out the cultivators guarding the entrance. She rarely changed her expression. Her statue-like expressionless face actually revealed a faint smile, and she slowly closed her eyes. My third life is with him. Master said that he has great luck with women. I'm his master, so I shouldn't fall for him, right? I shouldn't. Although the third life is like a new life, and I've been separated from all my memories and experiences outside of the boundless world, there should still be some influence. Moreover, my cultivation realm, state of mind, and will are linked. I believe in myself. Master must be overthinking things. Because of the impending return of Chen Hao, Xian's calm state of mind was slightly disturbed. She had seen Chen Hao before. She had been present when he battled Xiao Yan and the Xiao family ancestors' 10th life. Killer god Chen Hao was indeed a heaven-defying monstrous genius. However, she, who had lived for millions of years, wouldn't be moved by a little brat. At most, she was a little surprised and admired him. At this moment, even though her master had told her that there might be problems with the third life, she didn't believe that her resistance to the third life would be so weak. The third life was her limit. The reason why her appearance hadn't changed after millions of years and blocked the traces of time was because of the birth of the second and third lives. The first and second lives had already fused. As long as she ascended to the Hongmeng supremacy in the third life, she would fuse her 3 lives and sever her Tao to become a true immortal. If she fell into a tribulation of love in the third life, it wasn't something she wanted to see. However, I'm really curious about this little guy's strength. Itoda ascended to the peak of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, so he definitely won't be any weaker than me. If I fuse my 3 lives, then I'll be stronger than Itoda. He will definitely be stronger than Itoda. I just don't know if he can be stronger than me. Maybe Kin? Master thinks so highly of him, and he has truly obtained Big Sister Yi Xian's bloodline inheritance. I'm really looking forward to it, Xian thought to herself. She was like an ancient well without ripples. At this moment, there was only a little bit of anticipation, indifference, and detachment. It didn't affect her state of mind. However, what she didn't know was that her third life wasn't living up to her expectations. At this moment, she was immersed in the sea of blood and mountains of corpses in Chen Hao's sea of consciousness. She allowed the boundless fear to descend upon her, but she remained motionless. Her entire mind was immersed in the endless profound Tao laws that Chen Hao had condensed, the Tao laws that came from the 3 great immortal sutras of the Immortal Sutra Holy Land. The more she comprehended, the more profound and shocking she felt. The more she admired Chen Hao, the more excited she became. In the third life, she wasn't much older than Chen Hao. At this moment, she was able to link up with his true self state of mind, state, and will. That was why she was able to move about in the three great immortal sutras like a fish in water. Her comprehension speed was several times faster than coiling dragons. Most importantly, her endurance had quickly adapted to the fear of the sea of blood and mountains of corpses. It didn't affect her in the slightest, and she could wholeheartedly comprehend it. 15,000 plus words. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1104. Master. Master. Ito Ta roared excitedly. His speed was raised to the limit as he shuttled through the void at an astonishing speed. He was only one person, but he didn't care about exposing his aura and whereabouts. He condensed the embryonic form of the great world and merged with the 5 godly beasts. After becoming the supreme of Hongmeng, whether it was him or the 5 godly beasts, the soul contract with Chen Hao had been completely broken. Therefore, it was almost impossible to sense the aura of his master in the boundless extraterritorial battlefield. He believed that his master must have returned. After all, the members of Proud Heavens had returned. However, until now, he had only heard about the members of Proud Heavens. There was no news about the appearance of the killing god Chen Hao. Itoda Ito concluded that his master must be hiding his identity or even acting in secret. Otherwise, with his master's heaven-defying combat strength, how could there be no news about him? However, not long after Ito Ta excitedly rushed into the depths of the extraterritorial battlefield and howled in search of his master, the token received a message from Commander Si Xian. After thinking about it, he immediately stopped howling and quickly returned to the entrance of the human race. In the boundless extraterritorial battlefield, where was his master? No matter how strong he was, no matter how fast he couldn't compare to the effect of 21 legions searching for him. It was better to go back and wait so that he wouldn't miss him. After returning to the group of cultivators at the entrance of the human race, Ito Ta unscrupulously roared at the cultivators of the human race. Everyone burst out laughing. Even Commander Si Xian, who was sitting cross-legged like a statue, couldn't help but laugh. Listen carefully, when my master, the killing god Chen Hao, returns, if anyone dares to say that I am messing around with beauties with big butts, I will fight with my life. Also, beauties, don't come looking for me in the future. From now on, I will never contact you again. Oh, at most, I will take the initiative to look for you when I have time. Also, if you like something but haven't done anything yet, don't come looking for me. From now on, I am Ito Ta, a gentleman. Killing god Chen Hao. Proud Heavens warrior. Killing god Chen Hao. General Ao Tian. The humans had sent 21 legions, nearly 1,000,000 people, into the depths of the battlefield. Proud Heavens forces didn't have command medallions, so it was a mystery how they had managed to get here. Therefore, the human cultivators used the simplest and most direct method. Wherever the legions went, tens of thousands of people would shout the same words as they did. The more they shouted, the louder they sounded. The more they shouted, the more spirited they became. The cultivators of the 21 human legions all became spirited. Especially when they thought of Itoda's abnormal strength, they were full of expectations for Ao Tian's core warrior and killing god Chen Hao. Chi 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 chi, did you hear that? A month later, Chen Shui and the other girls, who had been wandering in the depths of the ancient chaos battlefield in search of the outsider army, arrived on a meteor that was even larger than an ordinary planet and gathered together again. It seems that we've been exposed in the end. Chen Shui said. It's not that we didn't disguise ourselves well enough. It's been 10 years, and they should be able to see through the summary of our battles. If the Alliance of the 9 Galaxies still can't guess who we are, they would be fools, Hu Mainyang said. No wonder the dark demons and sky demons have stopped fighting, and the 9 Galaxies have once again formed an alliance to march towards the entrance of the human territory. Helian Wuzi frowned slightly. It seems that they're going to fight to the death. Our human legions are clearly looking for us. Why are they shouting, brother? Brother hasn't been exposed. Chen Yen said, a little confused. Others might not have thought of it, but Senior Yilan did. Now that the human legions are shouting, it must be Senior Yilan's idea. Xianxia said, "Shall we go and take a look?" "Let's. The rebellion is over, and the final battle is coming. We can only guard the entrance of the human territory. Little Shui, you should talk to him and Coiling Dragon. They might not hear us. Tell them to gather here." Chen Shui nodded, and then sent a message to the warship hidden in the void through her personal AI, a technology from the Sky River sector. No one knew that every member of Proud Heaven had a super warship. Although it didn't have any law of divine ability, it was equipped with high-tech concealment capabilities that allowed cultivators to ignore it, because it didn't contain any law of divine ability. Of course, this warship was naturally inferior to Little Wisdom 1, which combined technology and law of divine ability. Now, however, the old gods seemed to have completely disappeared, and Chen Hao had lost his heaven-defying ability to refine weapons. Although he could refine weapons, it took too much effort and time, and he could only make do with the strongest warship in the Sky River sector. Gather? Gather? In a region where reinforcements could arrive in a short time, Coiling Dragon, Du Jing, Lin Xia, Chen Ling, Li Yang, Chen Nan, and Lan Feng all received Chen Shui's message at the same time. "The human commander has summoned us. We've been exposed. Is it time for the final battle?" Pissed. It didn't take long for Coiling Dragon and the others to gather. Go! "Brother Pan, Brother Du, can you not look at me like that?" Sob. "I miss Boss more than any of you." "Really? I doubt it. Women are like clothes, brothers are like limbs." But Lin Xia spat at Lan Feng, her eyes filled with disdain. "Whoever touches my clothes, I'll break their limbs." Du Jing glared at Lan Feng. "Get lost. Brother Du, Master Du, please, are you okay? I've thought it through. What's mine is mine, and what's not mine can't be forced. Besides, Boss doesn't have any feelings for me, she's just helping me. I'm just occasionally in heat. If I knew she was interested in Boss, I wouldn't have even thought about it. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that from now on, I'll only love Boss." "Lan Feng, don't be so disgusting. Big Brother doesn't have that kind of hobby. The love I'm talking about isn't the love you guys are talking about. It's great love, boundless love. You guys have to help me out. I don't want Boss to feel bad because of me." Lan Feng said pitifully. "All right, since you're sure there's nothing else, we'll go now. Let's go." Chi. Everyone turned into a ray of light and quickly headed in the direction Chen Shui pointed out. Lan Feng had indeed thought it through. However, a feeling that had just sprouted and died was buried deep in his heart. In this life, it would never appear again. 10 years of crazy battles. Even though Boss never contacted any of them, and there was no news of Boss, it was precisely because of this that Lan Feng felt guilty and uneasy. When had the god of slaughter, Chen Hao, not been shining brightly? Killer god Chen Hao, wherever he went, blood would flow like a river, and the earth would be turned upside down. However, Boss stirred up a storm in these 10 years, but he never revealed his identity. This was the time to gather endless luck. Why did Boss give up? 10 years ago, he was the first to leave because he was injured. The first time he fell in love, he was completely rejected. What was even more tragic was that the other party might be interested in Boss. That feeling, other than despair, was that the heavens were blind. Why didn't they let him know earlier? Instead, they made him fall in love, and then openly asked his brothers, sisters-in-law, and even Boss for help. Then they told him that the other party liked Boss. If this wasn't cheating, then what was? However, he really fell in love with her. He couldn't control himself. He was afraid that he would embarrass himself in front of Boss and his brothers, so he had to leave first. He wasn't stupid. He couldn't blame Boss. What did that have to do with Boss? Not to mention, Boss was helping him. On a fragment of a meteorite covered in ancient battle scars, Chen Hao's mind turned into countless tentacles, gently touching the Tao marks that had lost all energy and mysterious aura. To be precise, they couldn't be called Tao marks anymore. At best, they were traces of battle left behind by sword and saber. The pressure and energy have long disappeared, but the sword intent still exists. Although it's very weak, this is shocking enough. Ancient chaos, how strong were the cultivators from the ancient era? The more Chen Hao probed, the more surprised he was. The extraterritorial battlefield had existed since ancient times. It had always been the place where the top experts of the ancient chaos world fought. The huge meteorites floating in the void were undoubtedly the remains left behind after the collapse of stars. They recorded the top battles of the ancient chaos world from ancient times to the present. If it wasn't for the fact that too much time had passed, causing the energy contained in the countless Tao marks to dissipate, making it impossible to comprehend the mysteries within, this would definitely be a super holy land for cultivators to comprehend. Even so, some Tao marks that were not very old and still emitted a faint mysterious pressure were still the main goal of the Hongmeng Supremes who stepped into this place. Of course, that was before the war between the 10 galaxies broke out. Now, no one could calm down and comprehend. No place could maintain peace for a long period of time. Those who were weak did not even leave the army. When I go back, I must ask Senior Yilan for advice. The ancient chaos world is not as simple as it seems. Chen Hao patted the rock under him and said. As soon as he finished speaking, a crystal light flashed between his eyebrows. A terrifying devouring power sucked the meteorite fragment that was thousands of miles wide into his mind. The reason why Chen Hao was surprised was because he discovered that this meteorite fragment, which was relatively very small, was hard to a terrifying degree. Moreover, it contained a very, very weak remnant will. If it wasn't for his abnormal perception, it would be impossible for him to detect it. And this rock, even if he used all his strength, could only leave a shallow mark on it. But it was covered with crisscrossing ancient sword marks that were thousands of feet deep and had a surface as smooth as a mirror. First update, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1105. This meteorite was definitely made of rare materials. If he could incorporate them into his artifact forging process, it would greatly increase the artifact's power. This was the 8th meteor. Chen Hao had found the 8th meteorite in a radius of several billion kilometers. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Chen Hao was about to continue his search, Little Wisdom One's crisp voice rang in his head. Master, Matriarch Little Snow has sent a message. She's summoning Master and Proud Heaven's members to meet up with her. Did something happen? Chen Hao frowned slightly. The human legions are searching for Master and Proud Heaven's core generals. Matriarch Little Snow and the others just ran into them. They've deduced that Senior Yilan is summoning us, so we've been exposed. Let's go then. Let's go. Chen Hao wasn't too surprised. The fact that Gao Kuan's chaos had lasted for 10 years was already far better than he'd expected. Chen Hao had guessed that Proud Heaven's core generals might have been exposed the moment the Dark Demons and the Sky Demons called a truce. As long as they weren't idiots, they would have guessed that something was wrong with Gao Kuan when Proud Heaven's core generals stepped out of the 10 Directions domain. This battle would naturally end. 10 years, that's really stupid. The corners of Chen Hao's mouth curled up into a smile, and his figure flickered, disappearing on the spot. God of Slaughter Chen Hao. The 21 human legions had entered every corner of the outer realm battlefield. When they didn't run into Chen Shui and the others, they shouted their battle cries for foreign cultivators to hear. Even though they were all from the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, everyone knew that God of Slaughter Chen Hao had led the human legions into the primal secret realm and slaughtered countless foreign geniuses. It could be said that Chen Hao, the God of Slaughter, had been the target of the outsider rulers' efforts since more than 10,000 years ago. They were all too familiar with God of Slaughter Chen Hao. For the human legions to be shouting so loudly, could it be that Chen Hao had returned with Proud Heaven's core generals 10,000 years ago? Or was it just because God of Slaughter Chen Hao was the founder of Proud Heaven? This was something that the non-humankind army couldn't be sure of. But at this moment, even though they had discovered the human legions, they still chose to avoid them for the time being and bide their time. They only sent the news back to their respective commanders. After sending a message to Chen Hao, Pan Long, and the others, Chen Shui went to greet the human army with the other girls. It was inevitable that they would cause a huge commotion. Just as Chen Shui and the others had guessed, it was Controller Yi Lan who summoned them back. However, what puzzled them was that the leader of the human army mentioned that Controller Yi Lan and Snow Plum True Immortal had summoned him, but he didn't mention Controller Chen Woyang and Snow Plum True Immortal. They didn't ask any questions. They simply told them that the members of Proud Heaven and Chen Hao would return as soon as possible. The human core directly sent the message through the token. Soon, the 21 Corps finished their work and headed for the entrance of the human territory one after another. Commander Si Xian also immediately sent the message to her master Yi Lan. Yi Lan and Snow Plum True Immortal couldn't calm down, let alone Itoda, who was at the entrance of the human territory. At the same time, countless human cultivators gathered at the entrance of the human territory were also looking forward to the return of Proud Heaven's generals and God of Slaughter Chen Hao. They're here. Streams of light streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed. Chen Shui, Hu Meinyang, and the others looked up at the sky. It had already been a month since Chen Shui sent the message. In the boundless extraterritorial battlefield, they had been separated for 10 years. They had traveled in different directions and were obviously very far away from each other. It took Pan Long and the others a month, but for most of the cultivators in the extraterritorial battlefield, it would take them at least 3 months. Pan Long, who looked like a ferocious beast in human form, landed on the meteorite ground with a boom, causing the earth to tremble. Du Jing and Lin Xia, who were glued to each other like glue, slowly descended. Chen Nan's figure was elegant like a breeze. Chen Ling and Li Yang's aura was concealed. Even Chen Shui, who had awakened her special ability, couldn't detect them if she didn't look carefully. This was the natural state of the two when they didn't deliberately hide their aura. In 10 years, everyone had improved tremendously, but the one who surprised Chen Shui and the others the most was Lan Feng. It wasn't that Lan Feng's aura had improved, but that he seemed to have become a different person. His aura was filled with a strong murderous intent and a valiant aura that only Pan Long had. Sisters-in-law, what's wrong? What? Why are you looking at me like that? Was boss? I miss boss so much. Faced with the gazes of the girls, Lan Feng immediately panicked and retreated. Lan Feng, you motherfucker, are you trying to disgust us? Pan Long cursed. Sisters-in-law, I'm not trying to cause trouble, but I can't stand it. You don't know, Lan Feng said he only loves boss. Is it look he's turning into a sissy, scram. Worm, I told you my love is boundless. Do you understand? What sissy? I'm just scared of you sisters-in-law. Little Yen, where's brother? Is he not here yet? Chen Nan asked as he appeared beside Chen Yen. I didn't go near the entrance of the human territory. I've been going deep into the enemy's territory. He still needs some time to get here, Chen Yen said. Then she stared at Chen Nan and said, Little Nan, second brother, you seem to have improved faster than me, that's for sure. With a lunatic around, how can we not improve quickly? Du Jing smiled and interjected. Brother Du, you're getting bolder. Wrong. Little Yen, the lunatic that Worm is talking about is not me. It's our son of destiny. How long until boss gets here? Lan Feng coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. He's hundreds of billions of miles away from us. With his speed, it'll take him at least 2 months. We're close to the entrance of the human territory, but with our speed, we can get there in 10 days or so. Chen Shui said. Then let's wait. Worm, Lan Feng, Little Nan, let's find a place to drink. Okay. After Pan Long and the others left, Chen Shui, Hu Meinyang, Heli and Wuzi, and the others surrounded Lin Xia and Chen Ling. Although Lan Feng seemed to be doing well, the girls did not know the real situation. After Chen Ling told the girls about the situation before Lan Feng returned and what he said, the girls were relieved. Just as Pan Long and the others were looking for a place to drink and leave, a cool breeze silently appeared above the girls. Their conversation was heard by the cool breeze without missing a word. However, even Chen Shui, who had the strongest perception, did not sense anything strange. Then, the cool breeze swept past and floated in the direction of Pan Long and the others. In fact, Pan Long's so-called looking for a place was nothing more than a distance away from the girls. Men and women, especially most of them were his sisters-in-law, so it was awkward for them to be together. For many years, unless they encountered a dangerous situation, they would mostly train separately. Only when something happened would they gather together to discuss it. Lonely as snow. Brother Pan, Lan Feng, little Nan, don't you feel this way? Sitting on the ground, the few of them took out some top-grade wine that ordinary cultivators could not afford to drink and gathered together. This was the only fun they had whenever they gathered together. It was also the most enjoyable time on the cruel path of cultivation. Du Jing casually took a sip of the wine that seemed to contain countless poisonous insects. It disgusted Pan Long and the others, but it was Du Jing's favorite wine. Fuckworm, you're lonely as snow? I, Lan Feng, and little Nan can understand if you're lonely as snow. Ahem. I'm talking about cultivation. Cultivation? Before we set foot in the 10 Directions domain, we were under great pressure. When we set foot in the 10 Directions domain, the pressure was so great that we couldn't bear it. First, little Nan's body and soul were destroyed. Then Ling, brother Yang, and you all had their bodies destroyed. Their nascent souls escaped and left us one by one. Proud Heaven's main generals were almost all killed. The shadow of death was like a curse that constantly threatened us. Brother Pan, little Nan, you should leave first. Do you know how Lan Feng and I felt at that time? Worm, do you know how I felt? I know that before I followed Big Brother, I didn't have any brothers or sisters. Du Jing, the merciless tyrant, was ruthless and unscrupulous. As long as I could improve my cultivation and benefit myself, I would do anything. But after I met Big Brother, I knew what it meant to be brothers and sisters. When you left one by one, I couldn't see any hope or tomorrow, so I was in despair. But I had to endure it. My sisters-in-law were still here. Although we were not as strong as them, as long as we were still alive, I had to protect them for Big Brother when he was not here. But when Little Snow's body was destined to be destroyed, I couldn't bear it anymore. That kind of pain. I just wanted to risk my life and die. Maybe if I sacrificed myself, I could buy a little time for everyone. Buy a little time to make me suffer more? You're all men. Only me. Only me. Heaven and earth won't help me. Even if I wanted to die, I was imprisoned by Main Yang. Fuck, why are you talking about this? Isn't it all in the past? Pan Long scolded harshly when he saw their expressions. But I couldn't help myself. Let's not talk about this. I talked about cultivation and loneliness because after Big Brother returned, he surpassed our understanding in a short period of time. Now, we are only golden immortals of the great all-embracing heaven. We haven't even had the time to comprehend the primordial chi and obtain the great world imprint. However, with our strength, we can easily handle this ancient chaos battlefield where only primordial supremes can survive. I don't dare to say anything else, but with Big Brother around, even if the final battle to guard the entrance of the human territory will be difficult, I believe that we'll be the final winners. After that, or after we return to the 10 Directions territory and advance to Hongmeng, we'll be as lonely as snow. Vast universe galaxy and even the ancient chaos battlefield. Other than looking for Big Brother to trample on and looking for you to harm yourselves, I really can't think of any other enemies that can train us. Second update, seeking monthly votes. More than 6,000 words. The Dark Mountain Conference will continue. But I suggest that you don't wait until tomorrow. 10,000 words are necessary. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1106. That's a lot, sizzle. The poisonous insect wine in front of Du Jing was sucked dry. At the same time, a voice appeared in their ears out of nowhere. It was just a voice that didn't contain any energy. Pan Long, Du Jing, Chen Nan, and Lan Feng were stunned. Their eyes widened as they looked at Chen Hao. Why didn't you wait for me to drink? Brother, boss? Senior brother. You're exaggerating. Didn't sister-in-law say it would take 2 more months? 10 years ago, I did need 2 more months, Don't be surprised. Wait until you understand the Hongmeng energy and refine the prototype of the great world. Then you'll understand what's going on. Bug, do you feel lonely now? Boss. Before Du Jing could answer, Lan Feng pounced on Chen Hao. He opened his arms and hugged Chen Hao tightly like a little wife. His eyes were red. Cough cough. Pan Long, Du Jing, and Chen Nan all widened their eyes as they watched. Pan Long wanted to scold Lan Feng, and Du Jing wanted to tease Lan Feng as well. However, when they saw that their boss didn't dodge Lan Feng's attack, and instead patted Lan Feng's back, they immediately fell silent. Is that enough? After more than 10 seconds of silence, Chen Hao opened his mouth and said, Boss, I'm getting goosebumps. Boss, it's not enough, not enough. You're my favorite, my favorite. Motherfucker, that's enough. Lan Feng, if you don't let go, we're going to vomit. Pan Long said as he pulled Lan Feng out like a chicken. Fuck, big idiot, I haven't hugged you enough. Hugging my boss makes me feel safe and comfortable. You'll know when you try. Lan Feng said seriously as he broke free from Pan Long's grip. Motherfucker, stay away from us. Du Jing couldn't help but laugh. Lan Feng, I know what you mean. If it were any other woman, I'd definitely find a way to help you. But Xiao Feng, I can't help you. You can only fight for her yourself. If she's really because of me. Boss, please don't tell me. Lan Feng hurriedly interrupted Chen Hao and said, I've already let it go. I've really let it go. I was just horny for a moment. It's really nothing. I don't want you to be affected because of me. It's unfair to you and her. I didn't know that she was interested in you before. If I had known, I wouldn't have had any thoughts. Fortunately, it's not too late. In these 10 years, boss, I've thought about it very clearly. You are my boss for life. I can live without a woman for the rest of my life, but I can't estrange you because of a woman. Are you talking about me when you talk about women? Boom. In practically an instant, Chen Hao suddenly struck out. With a wave of his hand, he sent Pan Long, Du Jing, Lan Feng, and Chen Nan tens of thousands of kilometers away. His presence suddenly soared to an extremely terrifying level as he stared at the sky and said coldly, My dear disciple, your reaction is so fast. His indifferent voice was obviously a little surprised, and the way he addressed him was also a little intimate. However, it still gave people a feeling of tranquility. Who are you? Chen Hao still stared at the sky and said, The person who caused you brothers to fall into a relationship. Why, do you have a lot of masters? Xiaofeng? Ancestor Wuji? Chen Hao said in surprise. His consciousness instantly entered the sea of blood and mountains of corpses in his mind, and then he said, I know. Is it the original body or the second life? The sky suddenly shook like waves. A woman who looked very similar to Ancestor Wuji, but more mature, appeared in front of Chen Hao and the quickly returning Lan Feng, Pan Long, Du Jing, and Xiao Nan. She was very beautiful, like a mature woman. She had the delicate and pretty appearance of the little sister of the Lin family, but also the charm of a young woman next door. Except for Pan Long, whose sense of beauty was completely out of the ordinary, not to mention Du Jing, Lan Feng, and Chen Nan, even Chen Hao was stunned. She was clearly the limitless old ancestor, Xiao Feng. However, she was much more attractive than Xiao Feng, that young and inexperienced girl. You can call me Teacher Si Xian. Ancestor Wuji Xiao Feng is just my fake identity on the Wuji planet. Oh, my third life is your master. Si Xian looked at Chen Hao with her tranquil eyes. Teacher Si Xian? Du Jing's eyes widened. Si Xian? Teacher Si Xian? I knew it. I knew it. Lan Feng was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Si Xian and muttered to himself, as if he had figured something out. Lan Feng, is it? Little brat, I remember that you participated in my preaching in the temple, right? Your Poison King Valley's Valley Master had to call me teacher when he saw me, and you actually dared to pursue my third life. Master Complex? Lan Feng's face suddenly turned red. He lowered his head like a student who had made a mistake, and didn't dare to say anything. Damn it, he wouldn't have known if she hadn't mentioned it, but now that she mentioned it, it really was the case. No wonder he was so moved when he saw ancestor Wuji Xiaofeng, to the extent that he couldn't control himself. Even now, he had adjusted himself, but if he really wanted to forget that feeling in the depths of his heart, it was impossible to do so in a short time. Si Xian, the deputy temple master of the temple, would occasionally preach to the temple disciples. But when she preached, no one could clearly see the immortal legend of the vast universe galaxy. They could only vaguely see the outline, but even so, she had become a goddess in the hearts of countless temple disciples. Of course, she was a goddess who could only be worshipped and didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. So strong, huge waves were set off in Coiling Dragon's heart. Since the other party had appeared here, it was obvious that the other party's cultivation was only at the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. However, when the other party had appeared, not to mention them, even Big Brother Chen Hao, who was many times stronger than them, had only sensed the other party's presence when the other party was in close proximity. And at this moment, Coiling Dragon only felt that the other party's aura was unfathomable. She was even more terrifying than Boss. Qinan was the same. As for the senior disciples Du Jing and Lan Feng, who had been in the temple for many years, there was no need to even mention them. One only needed to know their names to know how strong they were. What about me? After Si Xian finished speaking to Lan Feng, she looked at Chen Hao and asked. In the mind. Chen Hao was also surprised by Si Xian's strength. This was especially so when the other party had appeared without a sound and approached him. He had only sensed it the moment before the other party opened his mouth. If she had suddenly attacked at that time, it would have been too late even if he had reacted quickly. But now that he knew the other party's identity, Chen Hao relaxed. He pointed to his head and said, In captivity? Plop, plop. Coiling Dragon, Du Jing, and Lan Feng directly sat on the ground in an exaggerated manner. They were shocked by Si Xian's words. Chen Hao's eyes widened as well, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Chen Hao's mental fortitude was strong, and he forcefully suppressed the impulse to spit out blood and said, It was you who wanted to enter and comprehend it. Comprehend what? The third anima is already connected to my cultivation comprehension. Her comprehension of the law of mystiques and cultivation experience are the same as mine. Oh no, could it be that she really has feelings for a brat like you? Si Xian stood in the void and stared at Chen Hao. Chen Hao, hurry up and let her out. No problem. I'll leave it to you, Chen Hao said straightforwardly. As he spoke, a crystal light flashed between his eyebrows. Chen Hao, what are you doing? While in the air, Xiaofeng angrily pointed at Chen Hao's nose and angrily said, You wanted to come out yourself. It's none of my business. Chen Hao said speechlessly. When did I want to come out? Stingy brat, I've only comprehended a third of it and you're already unhappy? My first succession will be given to you 100% of the time. Hurry up and send me in. You tell yourself, what myself? As Xiaofeng was glaring at Chen Hao, a figure suddenly appeared between her and Chen Hao, causing Xiaofeng to scream. Her eyes widened as she stared at the frowning figure in front of her. You're my true body? Xiaofeng said in shock. You're not stupid. Si Xian frowned. What are you talking about? You're the stupid one. Xiaofeng said in a bad mood. You're talking about me? You're talking about yourself. Si Xian pointed at her nose and glared at Xiaofeng. If you're the same. Xiaofeng raised her chin and said fearlessly. What was she afraid of? She was herself. So what if her aura was strong and her cultivation was strong? Could it be that they could destroy him? However, Coiling Dragon, Du Jing, and Qin Nan were all dumbfounded. They stared at each other, speechless to the extreme. She was arguing with herself? Too fresh, brothers, let's drink. Chen Hao, who was also speechless and puzzled, transmitted his voice to Coiling Dragon and the others. Boss, let's watch the show? Nonsense, have you seen such a fresh thing before? You're right. Should we ask the sisters-in-law to come and watch? If we miss this opportunity, we won't have another one. Lan Feng said. No need. She's shielded everything within a radius of 10 million miles. Chen Hao shook his head. No way? Du Jing's eyes widened in shock. Very strong, much stronger than me. Chen Hao finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. He looked at Xi Xian and Xiao Feng, who were still staring at each other as he transmitted his voice. Boss, Teacher Xi Xian is an immortal legend in our vast universe galaxy. An immortal legend? Yes, it said that she's been like this since tens of millions of years ago. Her strength is unfathomable. But now, I know why she's an immortal legend. Her third life is the same age as us. Naturally, she won't age even if she wants to. This must be the reason why she hasn't severed her Tao. It said that uncle and your father are all very polite to her. When uncle stepped into Hongmeng, he swept through the foreign battlefields and was invincible. Our human race's top experts have all been challenged, but uncle has never challenged her. Some people speculate that her strength is at least equal to uncle's. Wait, who's older between my father and her? Teacher Xi Xian is older. Otherwise, how could she be called an immortal legend? Boss, I'm really blind. I won't hide it from you, but she was right. When I saw Xiao Feng, I had a feeling that I was really in love with a teacher. Damn, fortunately, I've figured it out now. Even if you beat me to death, I won't dare to have any improper thoughts. Cough, cough. She's older than my father. Third life. Why does it take so long? Could it be that Senior Yi Lan did it on purpose? Chen Hao muttered to himself. I understand now. Senior Yi Lan is really not simple. He comprehended the Shao family patriarch's 9-life ultimate technique. Although he only comprehended 3 lives, he used them to the extreme. No wonder her original body is so strong. In the vast universe galaxy, the Wuji star was the 3rd life of the Wuji star. When he appeared, it was basically the lowest life planet in the vast universe galaxy. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was extremely poor, and in the area controlled by the Yang star, it barely made it into the list of 1008 life planets. How barren must Xi Xian's original body and second life have been tens of millions of years ago? It would be strange if her cultivation progress wasn't slow, but she had cultivated to the peak of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. Moreover, Chen Hao believed that as soon as Xi Xian left the Wuji star, Yi Lan would sever her connection with the Wuji star, leaving her to the second life and then the third life. In other words, the Wuji star's Wuji star could only reach the Daluo Golden Wonderland. In such a difficult environment, she had relied on herself to grow bit by bit. She definitely didn't rely on the comprehension of heaven and earth or an excellent cultivation environment. An expert who grew up was even more terrifying. Moreover, she had probably experienced countless deaths over such a long period of time, at least in the second and third lives. You've fallen in love with that brat Chen Hao? At that moment, the two of them stared at each other in a deadlock. Finally, Xi Xian spoke first. Her words attracted Chen Hao, Lan Feng, and the others, and they all pricked up their ears. Chen Hao was speechless. How could she not transmit such a private matter, especially to herself? But he had to admit that Chen Hao found it very interesting. What does it have to do with you? Don't think that just because you're the original body, I'm afraid of you. I'm not afraid of myself. Do you think I won't destroy you right now? Do as you please. If you destroy me, you can cultivate for tens of thousands of years. After all, the soul imprint of the third life has already formed. Life or death, I won't die, and my consciousness will awaken. Oh, I forgot to tell you, my current comprehension is even stronger than yours. If you have the guts, don't destroy me. Wait until I reach the Hongmeng realm, then I'll destroy you in a matter of minutes. My original body. Nonsense. If Master hadn't connected our realms, our state of mind, and our state of mind, with your little bit of strength, let me tell you, you're the weakest of my 3 lives. What kind of experiences have you had? How long have you been cultivating? You've already reached the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Look at you. How many times weaker are you than that brat Chen Hao? Even proud Heaven's core generals are 10 times stronger than you. So you know how to talk about time? Time? I don't have anything else, but I have time. You let me cultivate my original body and second life for so many years. Let's see how I destroy you in a matter of minutes. Fine, I'll give you time. Originally, I was going to let you reach the Hongmeng realm and cut the Tao, and Master allowed it. Since you said so, I'll see how strong you are. I won't see you off. Xiao Feng curled his lips and waved his hand to drive her away. Break. What made Xiao Feng's eyes widen was that Xian suddenly let out a soft cry. Her forehead flashed with endless crystal light. In that instant, Xiao Feng clearly felt his powerful state of mind and cultivation comprehension disappear. The only thing that didn't disappear was the profound mysteries of the Immortal Sutra that she had comprehended with the help of her previous state of mind and cultivation comprehension. You're still very young. Slowly cultivate. Don't spoil things by excessive enthusiasm. In any case, I don't need to sacrifice you. Third update, 4,000 plus words. I've finished my outburst. Can I get a monthly ticket? Thank you. Chapter 1107. Fine as you wish. Xiao Feng stomped her feet angrily. Although her power was not weakened, the feeling of an expert had disappeared completely. It was as if she had returned to a primitive society. Xiao Feng would not have felt this way if she had never possessed it. However, losing it after possessing it made her feel depressed. However, Xiao Feng also knew that the original body's actions would undoubtedly make her stronger when she reached the supreme of Hongmeng. Chen Hao, send me in. Xiao Feng turned to Chen Hao and said with an aggrieved face. Are you sure? Chen Hao looked at the young version of Xiao Feng and the mature version of Xian and asked. Of course I'm sure. Do you think I'll be afraid without her state of mind? Xiao Feng said. Do whatever you want. Xian said. Hearing the answer from the original body and the third life, Chen Hao did not say anything and sent Xiao Feng into the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. As expected, the instant Xiao Feng entered, he screamed, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws as he fell into boundless fear. Chen Hao was amused, but he had to pay attention to Xiao Feng. Otherwise, if her mind collapsed, he would not be able to shirk the responsibility. Since you're all here, why don't you hurry back? My master and Shueme are waiting for you. We'll leave immediately. No need, I'll take you away. Inform the others. This is... A moment later, Chen Shui and the others rushed over. When they saw Xian, they were surprised and puzzled. Teacher Xian? Hu Mainyang looked at her for a moment and suddenly thought of something. Little Mainyang, long time no see. Xian smiled slightly and swept her bright eyes across the faces of the girls. In his heart, he was even more astonished by Chen Hao, this brat. However, she did not show it on her face. She had observed Hu Mainyang and the other core warriors of Outyin before entering the 10-direction territory. Now, each of them had improved far beyond her expectations. This change was undoubtedly brought about by Chen Hao. Even she was curious as to what method Chen Hao had used to improve everyone's cultivation so quickly. Greetings, Teacher Xian. Hearing Xian's voice, Hu Mainyang was finally certain. After all, when Xian was preaching, no one could see her clearly. They could only see her silhouette. Hu Mainyang had only dared to ask this because she had sensed the mysterious aura on the other party's body, as well as the vague resemblance between her and Teacher Xian. Who would have thought that it was actually true? Teacher Xian has another identity. She is the original body of the limitless ancestor, Xiao Feng. Chen Hao said. At this moment, all the girls were shocked. Don't mention that little... Xian suddenly said. But when she said the word little, she held it back. After all, talking about her was the same as talking about herself. That was her third life. All right, I'll take you back. After saying that, Xian waved her hand and sent out streams of mysterious energy that enveloped everyone. Then, she turned into a stream of light and flew away. So fast, the girls, Pan Long, and the others were shocked. Only Chen Hao remained calm and composed. The speed? At best, it should be around 70% of his. How? What happened? Why is she here? When did you arrive? During the flight, the girls who were unaware of the situation asked through voice transmission. Chen Hao briefly explained the situation to the girls. Only then did they understand what was going on. They curiously discussed Si Xian's situation in private. Of course, the ones who knew the most were Hu Meinyang, Du Jing, Lan Feng, and the others who had stayed in the temple for a long time. When the girls learned that Si Xian actually had such a terrifying identity, they were all shocked. Especially when they thought about how her third life was the limitless ancestor, Xiao Feng, they couldn't describe how they felt. Xiao Feng had clearly expressed his affection for Chen Hao. Although no one had said it, they knew in their hearts that Xiao Feng had rejected Lan Feng. Whether it was because he didn't like Lan Feng or some other reason, the most important factor was probably Chen Hao. When the time came, if Si Xian's original body also, the girls didn't dare to think about it. This was no longer a question of whether they could accept it or not. Rather, it was a little too exaggerated. An immortal legend that had lived for tens of millions of years. What kind of concept was that? Chi. Killing god Chen Hao, proud heaven's war general. In less than a day, the cultivators outside the human territory's entrance area suddenly sensed the aura of lightning bolts coming from the void. When they saw the figures clearly, countless screams and shouts broke out. Master! Boom! After frowning slightly, Itoda suddenly burst out with an incomparably excited shout and rushed into the void with a rumble. With his strength and perception, he should have discovered the arrival of his master in advance. However, this time, he was no different from the others. Chen Hao and the others seemed to have appeared out of thin air within their range of perception before quickly approaching the human territory's entrance. No one knew that Si Xian, who was sitting cross-legged at the center of the human territory's army, was trembling slightly. The cicada shedding its carapace and returning to its original body. Killing god Chen Hao, proud heaven's war general. Killing god Chen Hao, proud heaven's war general. Feeling the powerful aura of the group and the fact that they were only from the Daluo Golden Wonderland, the cultivators of the human territory's army automatically burst out in uniform cheers. Greetings, master. Greetings, matriarchs. Itoda, who was originally a firefighter and the spiritual pillar of the human territory's army, cupped his fists and bowed from afar with an extremely excited and respectful expression. He was no longer the wild and unruly Itoda who looked down on the world and had no integrity at all. Holy shit! Itoda, your aura is so powerful. When Chen Hao waved his hand to stop Itoda, Pan Long rushed to Itoda's side with a swoosh and said with a surprised expression. It's so. When you all advance to Hongmeng, you won't be worse than me. You all are here, huh? You don't know how anxious Master was, how, okay? Chen Hao waved his hand to stop Itoda and said telepathically, let's go back quickly. At the same time, Chen Hao, proud heaven, and the others all cupped their fists at the human territory's army from afar as a return of courtesy. Let's go, I'll go back with you. Itoda, you stay here and guard. At this moment, Commander Si Xian suddenly stood up and said, Commander Si Xian, you can't be like this, right? I just met Master. There will be plenty of time in the future. Carry out the order. Si Xian said directly. Do. Itoda still wanted to resist, but when he saw Chen Hao nodding at him, he immediately said dejectedly, okay. Stepping into the entrance of the human territory's army, Chen Hao and the others immediately saw countless old men. The overwhelming pressure made Chen Hao and the other members of Proud Heaven shocked. Xiao Jing. Du Jing rushed over. Good grandson. Grandpa. Pan Long looked at the shirtless old man who was as strong as him and immediately rushed over excitedly. Main Yang, Xiao Feng. The supermasters of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm, including the Poison King Valley, the Savage Tribe, the Misty Rain Pavilion, and the Lan family, were all excited, shocked, and pleasantly surprised as they gathered together with Du Jing and the others. Chen Hao, Chen Shui, Long Ting, and the others who were born in the Wuji Star and the Yang Star had no relatives here. Chen Hao, you're back. Good, very good. Dong Lu and Dong Sheng have always missed you. At this moment, an old man with a powerful aura arrived in front of Chen Hao with a swish and spoke with a slightly excited expression. Grandpa Pan, how are they? Chen Hao asked with a smile. This old man was Pan Dong Lu's grandfather. Good, they're all very good. Originally, they wanted to enter the 10 square territory to find proud heavens people, but they were all stopped by the controller. Long Ting, your brother is with Dong Lu and Dong Sheng. They should be in the Holy Palace now. Chen Hao, good boy, you're really something. After being destroyed in body and soul, you actually came back after more than 10,000 years. Haha. You've helped these kids improve so much. Old man hates that he wasn't born at the right time to be your brother. Ha! Pan Long's grandfather laughed and walked in front of Chen Hao. His huge palm slapped Chen Hao's shoulder with a boom. That power made the hearts of many of the surrounding experts tremble. However, Chen Hao didn't seem to feel it. He smiled and said, Grandpa, you're flattering me. They improved because of their own reasons. It really has nothing to do with me. Well, boy, if it weren't for you, old man would be worried about what happened to Xiao Jing. TSK, now they're in the Daluo Golden Wonderland. They're almost catching up with old man. Ha, do you think we don't know their talents? Boy, you're much stronger than the immeasurable master back then. Ha, cough. Chen Hao scratched his head awkwardly. In front of the elders of his brothers, Chen Hao naturally had to act like a junior. Chen Hao, I didn't make it clear before. Now that you've returned, Main Yang's guardian will be you, right? You're not allowed to bully my disciple. This? Senior, let's talk about it another day. Chen Hao was slightly taken aback. He looked at the charming and graceful Misty Rain Tower's master and frowned slightly. What? Don't tell me you don't like my disciple? Then why, Master, let's talk about it after the battle? Hu Main Yang hurriedly said when she saw her master's expression turn ugly. All right. At this moment, Si Xian suddenly said, You old brats, stand down. Controller Yi Lan and true immortal Shui Mei are still waiting. Cough, Teacher Si Xian is right. Chen Hao, Ao Tian, and the others were shocked. Although Lan Feng, Du Jing, and Hu Main Yang had all said that Si Xian was awesome, they were still shocked to see all these old fellows calling her teacher. Moreover, they were so respectful. Stepping through the light gate, they entered the ancient starry sky road that resembled a starry river tunnel. Soon, under Si Xian's guidance, they arrived at a city that wasn't huge and didn't have dense heaven and earth spiritual qi. However, it was filled with the aura of countless experts. This was the city that led to the extraterrestrial battlefield from the vast universe galaxy. They didn't stop and directly activated the powerful teleportation array. Not long after, they arrived at the sacred palace. First update, seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1108. Even Ao Tian and the others were excited, let alone Chen Hao, who had been gone for over 10,000 years. Whoosh! As soon as they appeared in front of the temple, rays of immortal light poured down from the highest level of the temple and enveloped them. Soon after, they appeared in a huge palace. Greetings, Senior Yi Lan. When they saw the energetic Yi Lan and Han Mei, true immortal, they bowed at the same time and greeted them. Mother! Before Chen Hao could finish his words, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of his mother at an extremely fast speed. Mother! Chen Nan and Chen Yen followed their eldest brother to their mother's side. Mother is still the closest to you. Pa. Very good, very strong. You're stronger than old man can imagine. Yi Lan glared at Chen Hao, his beard trembling slightly. Despite his words, it was clear that he had no objections to Chen Hao's greeting. He ran over to true immortal Shui Mei and said, Rise and sit, all of you. You've all done well. You've all become so strong, Tianzi. I knew you'd come back. True immortal Shui Mei stroked Chen Hao's face and said softly. Then she looked at Chen Nan and grasped his hand tightly. Nan, I'm so happy to see you. Tears began to roll down her cheeks as she spoke. Mother. Chen Nan's heart ached. Mother, little Yen, I thought I'd never seen her again. It was all an illusion. You're all here. It's so good. When they heard true immortal Shui Mei's words, Chen Hao, Chen Nan, Chen Yan, and Ao Tian's expressions changed slightly and they all looked away. True immortal Shui Mei must have sensed Chen Nan's death, which was why she'd said those words. Mother, if Big Brother hadn't come back, I really wouldn't have been able to see you. Mother, little Nan, second brother died trying to save me. Little Yen, let's not talk about that for now. Mother, where is father and Master Han Mei? Chen Hao interrupted and changed the topic. Reviving Chen Hao, Du Jing, and Lin Xia, whose bodies and souls had been destroyed, was something that Chen Hao could casually brush off proud heaven and the others, but in front of Yi Lanhe, it was not something that could be easily brushed off. Up until now, apart from Helian Wuzi, no one knew that Lu Hui might be an immortal emperor-level expert, the spirit of all living things that had fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. Chen Hao did not intend to tell the others, so he did not want to mention the matter of reviving Chen Nan and the others. Wuliang and Han Mei went to the great world of Xian Di. Xiao Yanzi, continue. What happened to Xiao Nan in order to save you? To Chen Hao's embarrassment, Yi Lan interrupted and looked at Chen Yan. Brother, can I say it? Chen Yan didn't say it directly. Instead, she looked at Chen Hao and asked. Ahem, say it. I just don't want Mom to be sad anymore. Chen Hao knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. What? What? His body and soul were destroyed and he was revived. Sure enough, as expected, when Chen Yan briefly mentioned that Chen Nan's body and soul had been destroyed because of him, and if Chen Hao hadn't returned to revive him, Yi Lan, Shui Mei, and Si Xian all revealed shocked expressions at the same time as they looked at Chen Hao. Don't ask me how I did it. I really don't know how I did it. It must be the great world in my mind that I inherited or the divine ability of a true immortal artifact that Senior Yi mentioned. In any case, I did it. Although it took a lot of effort. Chen Hao said. Yi Lan suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, Chen Nan, Chen Yan, Ao Tian, and the others were transported to another world. At the same time, they heard Yi Lan say, "Wait outside." Spirit of all living things, Yi Lan said as he stared at Chen Hao. Immortal Emperor. Then he said another word. Shui Mei True Immortal and Si Xian were the only ones left. Their eyes widened in shock as they looked at Chen Hao. That's not right. That's strange. Yi Lan suddenly frowned and said, You are, so why is your growth so slow? Cough cough. Senior Yi Lan, what do you mean? Chen Hao asked cautiously. He did not expect Yi Lan to think that he was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor when he tried to hide it from Lu Hui. I should have thought of this earlier. The earth you were born on had no heaven and earth spirit chi, so it should be the nirvana realm. You're the spirit of all living things, and little Jade is your immortal fate. She sent you to the greater thousand worlds with heaven and earth spirit chi, which is also the immortal fate of the greater thousand worlds of ancient chaos. This fits perfectly. However, you're clearly the spirit of all living things, so why is your growth so slow? Moreover, you should have awakened many powerful divine abilities, but you don't seem to have awakened many. Strange. The spirit of all living things and the immortal emperor. What's going on? Chen Hao asked. Helian Wuzi's knowledge was very limited, and Chen Hao only had a general idea. However, Yi Lan only knew that he had resurrected Chen Nan, but he was able to deduce that he was the spirit of all living things so quickly. It was obvious that he knew much more. The immortal emperor is the pinnacle of a cultivator, and the spirit of all living things is the rebirth of an immortal emperor after he falls into the cycle of eternal life. The prerequisite is that this immortal emperor must be the master of the greater thousand worlds. When the lifespan of his greater thousand worlds is exhausted, he must use the nirvana realm to seal the greater thousand worlds, transcending the river of fate and the cycle of the heavenly Tao. He must wait for the spirit of all living things to awaken again. Once the spirit of all living things awakens to its peak state, the greater thousand worlds that have turned into the nirvana realm will begin a new era and become a real greater thousand world again. As long as you step into the great world of Xian Di, you'll easily find out. Master, the spirit of all living things must have an innate spirit body, right? But Chen Hao is not. That's why it's strange. An innate spirit body is not necessarily the spirit of all living things, but the spirit of all living things must be an innate spirit body, at least in terms of characteristics. In fact, it's much more powerful than an innate spirit body. The most important thing is the speed of growth. How, other than the 3,000 great Taoists and those Buddhist scriptures on earth, have you awakened any other magical powers as your realm increased? I really haven't. What about supernatural powers? I really haven't. Chen Hao scratched his head and said, he had awakened one supernatural power, but did he dare to say it? His fiery eyes of truth, if he said it out loud, which woman would dare to see him? Although he would never use it under normal circumstances. Actually, Senior Yilan, I think you're mistaken. Chen Hao hesitated for a moment before finally making a decision. How can that be? All the signs point to you being the reincarnated body of the spirit of all living things. Otherwise, you would not be able to resurrect someone whose body and soul were destroyed. This is a supreme magical power that only immortal emperors can comprehend. It's just that there are many things about you that do not conform to the legends. All right, I'll tell you the truth. In fact, I didn't resurrect Xiao Nan, Du Jing, and Lin Xia. Huh? What do you mean? Shui Mei asked in surprise. Mother, Senior Yilan, you'll understand once you see my experience. I didn't intend to tell you before, but I'm a little embarrassed. Qi. Chen Hao directly summoned two memories and sent them to Yilan and his mother. What about me? Si Xian immediately glared at Chen Hao when she saw that she did not have a share. Let Si Xian have a look. Yilan said, you should already know Si Xian's identity. She's not an outsider, and the third life is still your master. Master, don't mention her. I was so angry when I picked them up. How is she still Chen Hao's master? She's almost become Chen Hao's cultivation partner. Pfft. This time, Chen Hao directly spat out. Yilan and Shui Mei both shuddered and looked at Chen Hao. Master Si Xian, how can you say that? What does this have to do with me? Besides, your third life has nothing to do with me. You can't talk nonsense. What are you getting so worked up about? Do you know me best, or do I know myself best? I can see her memories, including her thoughts, at any time. How can I not know? Chen Hao was speechless. True immortal Shui Mei stared at Si Xian in shock, then at Chen Hao. She didn't know what to feel. Ahem. Si Xian, are you sure? I'm sure. However, it really has nothing to do with Chen Hao. It's all my fault. My third life is disappointing. Then what do you plan to do? I was going to kill her, but then I thought better of it. After I reach Hongmeng, I'll fuse with her. When I reach Dao Severing, I'll sever it. She even arrogantly told me that she'll kill me in the future. How infuriating. I won't say anything. How? Let Si Xian have a look. She's one of us. Yilan said again. Master, what do you mean? Chen Hao felt awkward. Yilan had said, one of us, too deliberately. Nothing. How? Hurry up and give her a copy. I'll take a look first. Yilan said as he absorbed Chen Hao's light of memories and fused it between his eyebrows. Shui Mei suppressed her laughter and began to read the light of memories as well. Give it to me? Little brat, your father calls me Master Si Xian in private. Don't be so smug. She only likes you in her third life. I can sever it at any time. Fuck. Chen Hao cursed in his heart, but he still condensed a light of memories and sent it to Si Xian. After receiving the light of memories, Si Xian calmed down. Chen Hao looked at the changing expressions of the three people, especially Yilan. Chen Hao knew how shocking the information he sent out was to them. This time, Chen Hao didn't hide anything. In fact, there was no need to. One was Yi Lan's controller, one was his mother, and the other was Yi Lan's personal disciple. Moreover, he treated her like a daughter. If they weren't trustworthy, then there really was no one he could trust. Second update, begging for monthly votes. The number of chapters has decreased over the past 2 days, but the number of words hasn't decreased. Brothers and sisters, but monthly votes, please, give Dark Mountain some excitement, okay? Chapter 1109. Chen Hao's eyes darted back and forth between the three of them, paying close attention to the changes in their expressions. In the beginning, Yi Lan was the most shocked. Other than shock, her mother's expression was more gratified and excited. However, Xi Xian's expression became more and more unsightly as she became more and more shocked. Her thin and curved eyebrows were knitted together. It was obvious that she was very conflicted. How can he be so powerful? How can he be so freakish? How can he be so? As Xi Xian read Chen Hao's 10,000 years of memories and experiences, her emotions were constantly changing. A strong sense of unease appeared in her heart. She was completely mature, and her full, round breasts were constantly rising and falling. Her emotional fluctuations were much more intense than Yi Lan's and Shui Mei's. Phew. So relaxed. It's still more comfortable when we're together. Everyone who was isolated by Yi Lan didn't understand what was going on, but they knew that it definitely had something to do with Chen Hao reviving Chen Nan. They didn't care about that. The only thing they felt was that they were much more relaxed now. Controller Yi Lan and true immortal Snow Plum were the reasons why they felt so pressured. In particular, apart from Qin Shui and Qin Yan, the main source of the pressure came from Shui Mei. Even though Shui Mei had restrained all of her aura, she was still her mother-in-law. As for Pan Long and the others, they didn't even have the right to speak. However, in front of Yi Lan, they naturally felt uncomfortable. Sister Shui, did I say something wrong? Will Big Brother blame me? Chen Yan held Qin Shui's hand and asked worriedly. He'll blame you? Little Yan, don't think too much. You're the apple of his eye. He loves you dearly. Why would he blame you? Is that true? Of course it's true. Little idiot, the highest realm of love is kinship. Kinship where blood is thicker than water is a feeling without a trace of impurity, a feeling that can't be severed. You've directly advanced to the highest realm. Chen Shui pinched Qin Yan's face and imitated Chen Hao's tone. The two of them were 90% similar in appearance. It was just that their experiences, environments, and personalities were different. It should be about reviving us. This is probably beyond Yi Lan's understanding. Boss is too awesome. Du Jing said excitedly. That's right, that's right. I feel that there's only one thing in this world that Boss can't do. Other than that, there's nothing he can't do. Lan Feng said very seriously. What can't Boss do? Giving birth to a child? Fuck, it's true. Let's talk about something serious. I think we were too naive before. When we came out, you all saw it. The ones gathered at the entrance were the truly powerful Hongmeng. Without comparison, I wouldn't have known. Looking at them, I feel that we are still weak. How can the outsiders be so simple? Du Jing said. Previously, when we were talking about lonely as snow, Boss wanted to say something to us, but he was interrupted by teacher Xi Xian. I also feel that the cultivators of the 9 Galaxies Alliance in the foreign battlefield are unlikely to be their true strength. Definitely not. Chen Shui said with a slight frown. The alliance of the 9 galaxies is only a temporary alliance. If they want to destroy our vast universe galaxy, then what will happen after that? If they succeed, the 9 Galaxies Alliance will be established. At this time, I think that no matter which galaxy it is, they will only send out a small portion of their forces. The true experts have yet to appear. Hu Meinyang said. The final battle isn't as simple as we thought. Moreover, it only involves the Hongmeng Supremes. What about the Dao severing true immortals? Du Jing said with a frown. Nirvana space, spirit of all things, 9 lives mystic technique, 3 great immortal sutras, tree of life, Shao clan's patriarch's 10th life. You brat, Tiandi quick, call the children out and let mother see them. Pervert. No, I have to change my strategy. Yi Lan, Shui Mei, and Xi Xian digested Chen Hao's light of memories almost at the same time. However, they all said different things. Other than shock and excitement, Yi Lan was also shocked and excited. He pointed at Chen Hao, his beard trembling. Shui Mei, on the other hand, directly asked Chen Hao to send the children out. Although he was Chen Hao's second life and was left behind passively, he was still her grandson. As for those daughters-in-law, Shui Mei didn't care at all. Just like Chen Hao now. Perhaps Chen Hao's second life would be taken seriously, but Chen Hao really didn't care. Naturally, Shui Mei wouldn't care either. Si Xian, on the other hand, glared at Chen Hao and called him a pervert. She even said that she had to change her strategy. Change what strategy? Call out Lu Hui, spirit of all things, and let old man take a look. Yi Lan said immediately. Cough cough. I'll call out Xiao Hui. Mother, those children. Why don't you go in and take a look? I mean, let's not interfere with them for the time being. Until now, I haven't paid any attention to them. That's a matter of the second life. Anyway, there won't be any problems in the great world in my mind. All right. Mother, I'll go in later and take a look at Lu Hui first. If it weren't for her, then Du Jing and Lin Xia would be finished. Spirit of all things. The mortal emperor. Tianxi, my son, you're really amazing. More than amazing? Shui Mei, let me tell you, the spirit of all things, especially the empress, shouldn't have feelings for anyone even if they're in the eternal cycle of reincarnation. How there is now. This is simply a miracle. No, I should say that how or might be more than I imagined. Forget it, let's not talk about this. How call her out first. Is it really that exaggerated? Si Xian muttered to herself as she looked at her excited master. Don't. I'll be shy. You're shy? You're shy? I'm really shy. Won't you give me some courage? I'm convinced. Great-grandmother, smack. Chen Hao, who was in the form of his divine consciousness, pulled the little nurse, Lu Hui, who was pretending to be innocent, into his arms and kissed her fiercely. He said, "Are you done? No sincerity. Be gentler and more attentive." He. Okay, I'll stop joking with you. Wait a moment, I'm changing into a Taoist robe. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. You're not allowed to peek. The little nurse said with a smug smile when she saw Chen Hao's angry expression. You're probably eager for me to peek, right? Bah, of course not. Rip. The little nurse, Lu Hui, took off her clothes and changed in front of Chen Hao. Although she didn't take off all her clothes and her undergarments were the same, Chen Hao was still dumbfounded. Fuck, so she didn't want him to peek because she wanted him to look at her casually. There was no need to be sneaky. Okay, that's enough. Chen Hao suppressed the throbbing in his heart and disappeared in front of the little nurse with twitching lips. Immediately, the little nurse felt like she was surrounded by an immortal light and directly escaped from between Chen Hao's eyebrows. Mom, I'm Xiao Hui. Mom, you're so beautiful. Grandpa Yi, how are you? Sister Si Xian, how are you? You're so beautiful too. The moment Lu Hui came out, the three people stared at her with bright eyes. Although the little girl's face was red, she smiled and walked to Snow Plum Blossom True Immortal's side. She hugged Snow Plum Blossom True Immortal's arm and even called her mom. For a long time, Long Ting was the most thick-skinned person. However, compared to the little nurse, Lu Hui, she was a few streets behind. Mom? Mom, that's what mom means. Chen Hao said with black lines on his forehead. You called me sister? Si Xian pointed at her own nose and said in surprise. Grandpa? The Sora, Celestial Emperor, Spirit of all things. No, I'm not wrong. The peak of the late-stage heaven's celestial stage. How long has it been? Yi Lan's mouth twitched. Strictly speaking, he should call this little girl senior. What should he call her? But could he be strict? Where could he put his old face? Chen Hao? What should I call you? Lu Hui pouted when she saw the two people staring at her. Then, she ran to Chen Hao's side and hugged Chen Hao's arm as she asked in a low voice. Just call me Senior Yi Lan and Teacher Si Xian. Chen Hao said as he patted his head. Ahem. Yi Lan coughed awkwardly. He wanted to say something, but he realized he had nothing to say in the face of a reincarnated celestial emperor. Senior Yi Lan, Celestial Emperor, Spirit of all things. Are you talking about me? Before Yi Lan could say anything, Chen Hao said directly, No. Mum, look, your son always bullies me. It's as if he's afraid people will find out. Senior Yi Lan, am I very powerful? Will I be very powerful in the future? That's enough, Senior Yilan. Mom, I think I should send her back? Chen Hao did not wait for the little nurse's explanation. He directly sent her into the great world in his mind. Yilan, Shui Mei, and Si Xian looked at each other, but they did not stop him. Even though the other party was just a little girl now, because they knew her true identity, the three of them couldn't relax. Celestial Emperor. The pinnacle of cultivators. It was an existence that only existed in ancient legends. Yilan was certain that there was no celestial emperor in the great world of Xiandi. No one had ever returned from the celestial emperor's path. How? This is a treasure, your greatest treasure. It definitely surpasses the treasure you inherited from a true immortal. You can't be so casual with her in the future. Yilan let out a long sigh and cautiously said to Chen Hao. It's fine. So what if she's a celestial emperor? Even if she's a celestial emperor, it's a matter of the future. Moreover, can't I become a celestial emperor? Yilan was speechless. The reincarnated empress had fallen in love with Chen Hao. Moreover, she seemed to be dead set on him. How could he explain this? Moreover, although there were many suspicious points about Chen Hao and he was different from the legendary soul of all things, if he could handle a female celestial emperor, how could he be simple? Si Xian suddenly said, Chen Hao, let me in. I want to take a look at the place where my third anima is. You want the 3 Great Immortal Sutras? I'll pass them to you directly. Oh, and the 9 Lives Profound Art. I have the complete one here. I'll give it to you as well. Chen Hao looked at Si Xian and frowned. Si Xian was an immortal legend in the vast universe galaxy. In the hearts of many cultivators, she was an unfathomable goddess who could only be worshipped. However, in Chen Hao's eyes, that was not the case at all. From the time they met until now, she had already caused Chen Hao to vomit blood several times. She dared to say anything, and she dared to say anything. Moreover, she faintly expressed her unwillingness and confidence that she could easily sever her third anima. This made Chen Hao a little unhappy. More importantly, she was flaunting her seniority in front of him, using his father to speak. All kinds of displeasure caused Chen Hao to have thoughts of making things difficult for her. Although Chen Hao knew that doing so might cause some kind of consequence, he didn't care that much. So generous? We're on the same side. No need to be polite. As Chen Hao spoke, he directly raised 2 bright balls of light. Senior Yilan, do you want them? I want them all. Although I can't cultivate the 9 Lives Profound Art, if I study it, I'll definitely be able to comprehend something. At the very least, I'll have more confidence in restraining that old fart. I need the 3 Great Immortal Sutras even more. Yilan said without the slightest trace of politeness. Chen Hao didn't keep the full text of the Grand Tao a secret from Yilan and the others. However, even Yilan could only comprehend a limited amount. Now, with the most basic explanation of the 3 Great Immortal Sutras, Yilan believed that she might have a new understanding and breakthrough. This time, Chen Hao directly raised 4 balls of light. 2 of them were given to Yilan, while the other 2 floated to his mother. Senior Yilan, I would like to ask you for a favor. Oh, what do you need my help with? Yilan asked curiously. It's about Humaingyang. I don't want her to be the saintess, and I won't let her return to the Misty Rain Tower, even if she's the tower master, Chen Hao said. Is that so? Yilan frowned slightly, then said, if it was someone else, it wouldn't be easy. After all, this concerns the Misty Rain Tower's inheritance. However, with the 9 Lives legacy, it's not difficult. Give me a strand of Humaingyang's essence blood. Although I won't be able to condense a true Khanate Dao embryo, I'm still confident. Si Xian has just comprehended the 4th anima, so we can begin. It won't take long. I'll talk to the Misty Rain Tower's Tower Master. There shouldn't be any problems. A Dao manifestation, immortal fruit, and endless supreme-grade spirit spring. When the time comes, I'll give them the Misty Rain Tower. At that time, the inheritance of the Misty Rain Tower's ancestral master will also be removed from Humaingyang's body and given to the Misty Rain Tower, Chen Hao said. All right, That's definitely not a problem. Kid, your supreme grade spirit spring is no ordinary supreme grade spirit spring. Oh right, give me that old fart's 10th life golden dragon. Oh, what do you want that for? I was going to let little Nan and the others vent their anger. What's the use of venting your anger on him? This battle will definitely evolve into a showdown between Dao's severing true immortals. I'll use his 10th life to prepare a big gift for him. Yi Lan's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness as he said, they had been mortal enemies for hundreds of millions of years. From this, one could see how much Yi Lan hated the Shao clan's patriarch. As Yi Lan spoke, he waved his hand and set up laws in the surrounding space that shocked Chen Hao. Can you give me a monthly ticket? Please. Chapter 11:11. Okay. Chen Hao summoned the golden dragon whose spirit had completely collapsed. Mother, when did Father and Master Han Mei go to the great world of Xiandi? At this time, Chen Hao asked the question that he had wanted to ask for a long time. Not long after Xiaonan's accident. Originally, we agreed to go together. After Xiaonan's accident, although Mother didn't feel what exactly happened, Mother felt that something might have happened to Xiaonan. My heart was uneasy. So I changed my decision and didn't go with them. Your father didn't expect that you could directly return to our ancient chaos. He also didn't expect that the main purpose of him and sister going to the great world of Xiandi was to find you. Oh, that's right. Senior Yi Lan, Senior Zhuoziyuan of the Hunyuan sect of the chaotic boundless world once told Itoda that the ancient chaos boundless world is a forbidden area for the cultivators of other boundless worlds. No one is allowed to enter. And the great world of Xiandi is a forbidden area for the cultivators of our ancient chaos boundless world. My father and Master Han Mei went there. Chen Hao looked at Yi Lan and said solemnly, Bless. The fact is indeed so. But you don't have to worry. I have completely erased Wuliang and Han Mei's imprint of the ancient chaos boundless world. As long as they don't expose themselves, no one will know that they are from ancient chaos. Moreover, I have an agreement with them. About 100,000 years, I will go to the periphery of the great world of Xiandi to pick them up. Yi Lan said. Why is it like this? Although our ancient chaos boundless world is vast, under the situation of 10 galaxies, we are far from being as strong as the cultivators of the chaotic boundless world. Why is the great world of Xiandi a forbidden area for us? Why is our ancient chaos boundless world a forbidden area for the other boundless worlds? Danger zone, forbidden zone. Yi Lan's expression suddenly became much more gloomy. He muttered, Wuyang also asked the same thing, but I can't say it. Since you asked, then I'll tell you what I said to your father again. Firstly, if you want to step into the great world of Xiandi in the future, you must cut off all connections with the ancient chaos universe. I will also erase all your imprints in the ancient chaos universe. Secondly, when going to the great world of Xiandi through the Milky Way tunnel, one must break the wall in advance and enter the great world of Xiandi from the chaotic space. One must not enter directly through the Milky Way tunnel. Thirdly, after entering the great world of Xiandi, you are not allowed to tell anyone that you are a cultivator from the ancient chaos boundless world. Otherwise, even you will die without a doubt. You may be the spirit of all creation and cannot truly die, but you will undoubtedly begin a new cycle of reincarnation. Yi Lan stared at Chen Hao and said, Don't ask me why, I can't say, and I can't say. The great world of Xiandi is a land of death for us ancient chaos. As for why the ancient chaos universe is a forbidden land, I only found out from Brother Zhua after hearing from Edo Tai. Perhaps, that is the protection of our ancient chaos universe. Alright, Senior Yi Lan, since ancient times, has our ancient chaos universe been dominated by 10 galaxies? Chen Hao asked again. This time, to Chen Hao's surprise, Yi Lan's expression became even more serious. He took a deep breath and said, No. How? Oh, don't ask anymore. If one day, you can step into the path of the Celestial Emperor, you will understand everything. I look forward to that day's arrival. Previously, I did not have any hope for you. But today, with the appearance of the spirit of all creation, Perhaps you have a chance. Senior Yilan, it's not just a possibility, right? I won't say, at least Xiao Hui should have no problem. It's not as simple as you think. Although the spirit of all creation in the nirvana space and the spirit of all creation in the reincarnation of the celestial emperor are very, very powerful and destined to be very, very powerful in the future. Whether or not they can step onto the peak of martial arts is still unknown. The path of the celestial emperor, the spirit of all creation, although rare, is not unique. It can't be, right? Celestial emperors are immortal. In the ancient times when the celestial emperors disappeared, where did the many celestial emperors go? In the vast starry sky, the endless galaxy, and the many greater thousand realms, the reincarnation of the spirit of all creation was perhaps their final destination. Now, countless years have passed, and even as powerful as the great world of Xiandi, not a single celestial emperor has been born. Or rather, not a single celestial emperor has returned. Quasi-emperors control everything and can do whatever they want. Alright, you don't have to think too much. The current you is merely the Daluo Golden Wonderland. This time, I purposely sent Si Xian into the ancient chaos domain to find you in the extraterritorial battlefield. Apart from needing you in the extraterritorial battlefield, there's a more important reason. What's the reason? Qin Hao asked. To step into the Hongming domain of the great world of Xiandi and ascend to the Hongming domain. Fortunately, Si Xian arrived in time and you haven't triggered the heavenly punishment. You'll have to enter sooner or later. With your talent, the sooner you enter, the better. The Hongming domain of the great world of Xiandi is the strongest domain. The concept of Hongming Qi is much stronger there. After refining the Hongming domain to a perfect state, it's also stronger. Many of the top geniuses of the greater thousand realms completed their cultivation there. If I had been able to enter the great world of Xiandi as a grand Luo back then, perhaps I wouldn't be like this now. I can't let you walk down my old path. This? Senior, then my father. Your father is indeed a rare genius in the vast universe galaxy, but only in the vast universe galaxy and ancient chaos. If he entered the Hongmeng domain of the great world of Xiandi, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to come out. But you're different. Even little Snow, Meinyang, Xiao Wu, and the others are stronger than your father back then. This is the decision the old man made when he saw Empress Dowager Ito. I know you still have doubts in your heart. I'm asking you to do this because I need your help after you've truly matured. However, this is also the path you must take to reach the peak. Senior, you don't have to say anything more. I understand. However, in this final battle, Proud Heaven and I will at most play a small role in the battle in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. Once the Severing Dao True Immortals make a move, I'm afraid we won't be of any use. I'm very curious. At this point, why haven't the Severing Dao True Immortals made a move? As long as a few of them make a surprise attack, they'll be able to kill countless Hongmeng supremacies. Qin Hao said. It's not as simple as you think. Once the Severing Dao True Immortals enter the extraterritorial battlefield, it'll be a whole new world. Those below the Grand Mist Supremacy realm won't even be able to see each other, Si Xian said. A whole new world? It's the same entrance, but it's a different space. There aren't many Severing Dao True Immortals in the 10 Directions galaxies. Although there aren't many of us humans, the higher the bloodline talent, the greater the advantage we have. Even Old Man alone is enough to guard the entrance to the Severing Dao True Immortals. No one can even dream of entering the vast universe galaxy. The most important thing is the battle between the Hongmeng supremacies. The Hongmeng supremacies are the foundation. If too many of them die, my strength will be severely affected. At that time, it won't be easy to defend. Although the vast universe galaxy won't fall, it's inevitable that the people will be plundered. The resources will be divided by the enemy. If we want to rise again, it'll be thousands of years. Therefore, I hope you won't be too conservative in your battle. I'll do my best, Chen Hao said in a low voice. Si Xian wanted to say something, but when she thought of Qin Hao's experience in the light of memory, she didn't say anything. Chen Hao's aura was only slightly stronger than Itota's in the early stages of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. He would only be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with her when he ascended to the Hongmeng Supremacy realm or even the middle stages. Originally, she didn't think Chen Hao would be of much use, but now that she knew Chen Hao's background, she knew that she had underestimated this guy from the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Chen Hao, Yilan, Xixian, and his mother talked for a full 4 hours. After they agreed on a strategy and grasped all the information they wanted, they finally ended the conversation. After leaving a few instructions to his mother, Xixian led Ao Tian and the others back to the extraterritorial battlefield. Chi. In the vast battlefield outside the human territory, the alien armies were moving towards the entrance of the human territory in an orderly manner. When they were only 10 days away from the entrance of the human territory, they all stopped and waited for the armies of the 9 galaxies to meet up with them. The human cultivators of vast universe galaxy all retreated to the entrance of the human territory, preparing for the final showdown. As time passed, whether it was the cultivators of the 9 galaxy alliances or vast universe galaxy, they all became depressed. Everyone knew that countless people were destined to die in this battle. Perhaps they would be one of them. But no one had a way out. As long as a cultivator of vast universe galaxy came here, they were already prepared to die. This was a battle to protect vast universe galaxy. They had no choice. The command of the ruler was the heavenly Tao. Even if some people didn't want to die, there was no way to retreat now. The cultivators of the 9 galaxy alliances were the same. In particular, those who were destined to be cannon fodder felt even more despair. But who could resist? They were in an even worse mood than the human cultivators. This was because if it weren't for the ambitions of the rulers of the 9 galaxy alliances, there would be no need for such a battle to occur. For better or worse, the human cultivators were forced to fight and the rulers were forced to give orders. At least some people were willing to sacrifice their lives for their homeland. This is your token, Vice Commander. How many people do you plan on bringing? Besides Ao Tian, I can choose 1,000 masters for you to choose from. Besides these 1,000 people, I can also give you 3 legions. This is the maximum limit. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to defend this place. At the core of the human territory's entrance, Xixian, Chen Hao, and the other members of Ao Tian returned. Xixian looked at Chen Hao and spoke with a sound transmission. No need. Chen Hao sent a voice transmission. Too little? How about you defend here and I'll bring 1,000 people and 3 legions out. What we want now is an overall battle record that minimizes the losses of our cultivators while also being able to defend the entrance. Xixian frowned. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 11-12. This battle will be very difficult, and countless people are destined to die. I really don't want to show off, but now I have to say, I alone should be enough. What? What do you mean? Don't forget about the Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree, the tree of life, and the Sky River Galaxy's power. The Legion won't be able to do anything if they follow me. It's better for them to stay here and fight the enemy together. As for the members of Proud Heavens, I'll leave them with you as well. I only have one request. Pan Long, Lan Feng, Du Jing, Xiaonan, and Itota. As for the other members of the Legion, Du Jing doesn't care. As for Pan Long, Lan Feng, Xiaonan, and Itota, Teacher Xixian, please arrange for more women with good looks, temperament, and character. Also, consider their aptitudes. Oh, Pan Long's tastes are a bit special. What do you mean? It's a little sad to be my brothers. They're not young anymore. They can't all be single, right? This is also a warning from your 3rd anima. You're still in the mood to play at a time like this? To me, this is more important than the heavens. It's not a game. Fine, I can't be bothered with you. Are you sure you can do anything by yourself? I might be a little weak in a duel, but when it comes to killing people, I'm not bragging, but Teacher Xixian, you're 10 streets away from me. My nickname, the Godly Exterminator, is not for nothing. Chen Hao transmitted his voice, which was filled with confidence and arrogance. Little brat, you're really arrogant. Even your father doesn't dare to say that in front of me. Please, don't use my father to show off how old you are, okay? It's strength, not old. How am I old? Forget it, when are you leaving? Now. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he looked at Chen Shui and the others and nodded slightly. Be careful, we'll wait for you. Chen Shui said softly. Okay. Chen Hao replied. Then, his figure disappeared into thin air under the gazes of everyone. The token. Just as Chen Hao disappeared, Xian, who had a trace of shock on her face, suddenly exclaimed in shock as she looked in the direction Chen Hao disappeared. The token was the key to transmitting information and counting the battle results, but Chen Hao actually. This was obviously left behind by Chen Hao. Teacher Xian, we can contact him at any time, Hu Meinyang said. This kid, he doesn't even want luck to? What's the use of contacting him? He needs the token to record to send him back to us. Teacher Xian, my boss doesn't seem to lack this bit of luck. That's right. I'm just afraid that boss won't leave a single one for us. That's too miserable. Fine, I'd better go comprehend the 3 great immortal scriptures. To Hong Ming to Hong to Tut. To comprehend, to comprehend, to comprehend. To tels, estis be to be to be to be to be to be to say. Tis to be. To be to be to twos to be twos, really? Of course. I have a bit of the undying bloodline, and my cultivation is high, right? Naturally, it'll be easier for me than you guys. 9 lives, 9 people, or even 10 lives, 10 people. When the time comes, it'll be great. Isn't that expression too perverted? No wonder I heard that you. All of you scram. All of a sudden, Xian unleashed a few terrifying and mysterious immortal beams, blasting Ito Ta, Du Jing, Pan Long, and Lan Feng far away. Chen Nan smiled faintly and left quickly. These are their tokens. Help them choose. Once you're done, get them to move to the edge and don't let me see them, Xian said as she handed the tokens to the girls. The girls didn't show it on the surface, but they were trying hard not to laugh in their hearts. The undying legend always gave people the impression of being calm, but in front of Ao Tian and the others, it didn't seem like that at all, especially when they heard from Du Jing and the others that she had quarreled with the third life. They felt that it was completely different from the legend. Of course, they knew that it was because they had reached a higher level. Otherwise, the legend would always be a legend in their hearts. Quick! You guys are too slow. Sorry, we've already done our best. We only have 3 years. 3 years later, the attack will begin. If we can't reach our destination, we'll die. Do you guys really want to die? Can we really live? We're just the first wave of cannon fodder. There's no difference between dying in battle and not dying in time. The difference is huge. If we're executed, what battle records do we have? If we die in battle, we can still win some rewards for our sex and juniors. Enter my mental world. Don't worry, there's no point in me devouring you guys. We're all going to die anyway. As an alliance, we only need to do our best in battle and try to get as many battle records as possible. At the very least, we'll earn some benefits for our sex and future generations. You're right. An alliance is indeed an alliance, but you'll also have battle records if you devour us, right? Do you think we're idiots? I'm really speechless. Fine, since that's the case, don't blame me for not waiting for you guys. 9 cultivators from 9 different galaxies were arguing as they flew at high speed. These 9 people were the leaders of the 9 galaxies of an alliance army. In order to save time, the cultivators from their respective galaxies had already entered their mental worlds. Since they were strong, they could fly forward. However, other than the leader of the tyrants, the speed of the other 8 people was still slower. It was very difficult for them to reach the gathering place near the entrance of the human territory within the stipulated time. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to enter the mental world of the leader of the tyrants. They simply couldn't trust their teammates. Why don't I bring you guys over? Suddenly, a voice sounded in the 9 people's ears. Who's there? Chi. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the 9 people's hair stood on end. Without any hesitation, they frantically activated their energy and tried to release the cultivators from their respective galaxies in their mental worlds. In order to hurry on with their journey, it was undoubtedly a dangerous thing to do. However, they had already received news that the human cultivators had retreated to their nests and it was unlikely that they would encounter them. Therefore, they were relieved to release the cultivators from their respective galaxies into their mental worlds and hurry on with their journey. However, they didn't expect that someone would appear directly beside them at this time. Needless to say, it was definitely not one of their own. How could they dare to hesitate? However, whoosh. What made them fearful was that the boundless pressure and the extremely profound Tao laws directly poured down from the 9 heavens. Their spiritual altars were instantly sealed. Don't panic. Aren't you going to the entrance of the human territory? Don't worry, I'll bring all of you there. Well, not only to the entrance of the human territory, but also to the vast universe galaxy for sightseeing. A faint voice floated in everyone's ears, and a figure quietly appeared. It was as if he had been waiting in place for a long time. There wasn't even a trace of spatial fluctuation. Killing God Xianxia? The 9 people widened their eyes almost instantly. Extreme fear rose directly from the depths of their hearts. Don't waste your energy. It's useless. You won't be able to send any message out. Xianxia said calmly with a smile when he saw the flickering glabella of the 9 people. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're just Daluo Jingxian? How can you block? What's that? The leader of the tyrants, who was the strongest among them, looked at the surrounding void in horror as he spoke. The pitch-black ring of light that could swallow everything in the world was like a huge net that enveloped killing God Xianxia and the 9 people. It was a type of energy that they had never heard of before. It seemed to be an energy that isolated all qi. In just a moment, the 9 people knew that this was definitely a mysterious energy that surpassed Hongmeng Qi. Hongmeng Qi could shield heaven's secrets, and this pitch-black light shield was many times more mysterious than Hongmeng Qi. Xianxia, hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice that was pleasing to the ear and carried a trace of sweetness sounded out from between Xianxia's brows. You can't hold on any longer? But go in and think about it. I hope you're still in the mood to think. TSK. Green tentacles suddenly extended from Xianxia's glabella and instantly wrapped around the 9 people and pulled them into Xianxia's glabella. TSK. The 9 people immediately let out horrified screams accompanied by an endless pressure. The Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree and the green seed that Zhou Qinglong had given to Xianxia, which was also the tree of life that Yi Lan had called the tree of life, had taken root and sprouted beside the Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree. Under Xianxia's control, it frantically devoured the 9 people's life force, essence, spirit, and inner yuan. In just a moment, the 9 people were sucked dry except for their soul consciousness. What made the 9 people even more terrified was that the tentacles of the Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree seemed to be able to penetrate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It directly pierced into their soul dwellings and then easily broke through their mind worlds. Endless tentacles spread out and the cultivators who were in the mind worlds of the 9 people screamed in horror and cursed their leader. These people thought that their leader was the one who had attacked them. Unfortunately, they had no power to resist in the mind worlds of others. Not long after, each of them became a living dead with only a wisp of soul consciousness left. None of them died. Done. A light flashed between Xianxia's glabella and the little nurse, Lu Hui, appeared in front of Xianxia. She stretched out her hands and slapped Xianxia. Clap clap. Xianxia shook his head with a smile and high-fived her. How is it? I'm awesome, right? Lu Hui said proudly. Awesome. Very awesome. I can't understand it at all. Come on. Be gentle, be attentive, and take a long time. The little nurse stood on her tiptoes and hugged Xianxia's neck with both hands. She closed her eyes and lifted her small face. As she spoke softly, she leaned towards Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless and wanted to tease her. However, when he saw the little nurse's face turn slightly red, her breathing and heartbeat quicken, and her eyelashes fluttering, Chen Hao could not say anything. It was a simple kiss, but every time it happened, it was like a first kiss. What kind of feeling was this? 2 chapters, 6,000 words. Next week, Wuxian will be attending the Qidian annual meeting. It will take 4 to 5 days to travel back and forth, so I won't have time to write. Therefore, I won't explode for the next few days. 2 chapters a day, about 6,000 words. After persevering for more than a month, Wuxian will have to adjust. If you have a monthly ticket, please support Wuxian. Thank you. Chapter 11-13. Her pink and translucent lips, the corners of her lips curled up in a smile, 2 small dimples, and her beautiful hair fluttering in the wind in front of her forehead, along with the endless feelings that rippled out from the depths of her heart, formed a beautiful picture. Sweet beauty, intoxicating love. Chen Hao's mind seemed to be touched by some kind of emotion, and he was actually mesmerized by it. In a trance, for some reason, Chen Hao, who was clearly very beautiful and very sweet, read a kind of sadness from the young nurse's pretty face. Sad beauty. All along, the young nurse Lu Hui had extorted kisses, and Chen Hao had either been perfunctory, passionate, or in heat. The only thing he hadn't been moved and affectionate was his kiss. Chen Hao, hurry up, I'm very tight. After waiting for a long time for Chen Hao's kiss, the young nurse, who had held her breath, finally couldn't help but urge him. Before she finished speaking, Chen Hao gently kissed her lips. A gentle kiss, a soft kiss. It couldn't be said to be affectionate, but it was moving. He thought of the young nurse in the big world of his mind, constantly comforting his second life, crying with him, in pain with him. He thought of the young nurse, in order to resurrect Qin Nan, Du Jing, and Lin Xia, using the inherited divine ability, time and time again until she collapsed to the ground, and only asked for a kiss from him. He thought of the young nurse, in order to save him, using all of her power to activate the light of nirvana to block the world-extinguishing thunder punishment, and fainted. When she woke up, she also only asked for a kiss from him. Every time, he had to remind himself to be gentle, to be more attentive, and to take a longer time. Every time, she felt like she was experiencing the first kiss of a young girl. She gave all of her passion, forgot everything, and only kissed by him. Perhaps it was because he read that kind of sad beauty, or perhaps it was because his heart was touched. This time, Chen Hao didn't perfunctorily, didn't have any distracting thoughts, quietly, gently, and attentively kissed those delicate lips. He kissed gently and kissed with all of his heart. Heaven and earth suddenly disappeared at this moment. In Chen Hao's heart, there was only her left. And she had always only had him. She forgot that this was the chaotic battlefield outside, and forgot the passage of time. A long kiss. Gradually, the two of them became intoxicated. A mysterious aura, like the fusion of souls, naturally passed through their lips and tongues and rippled into the lake of their hearts. The two of them hugged each other and kissed deeply. It was as if they were shuttling through the endless galaxy and the vast starry sky. Sometimes, they would pass through the 9-colored light that was like a nebula, and they would see the stars. In the deep and beautiful night sky, the stars grew bigger and smaller. So beautiful! Chen Hao, do you see it? Lu Hui asked softly in Chen Hao's heart as their souls intertwined. Shoo! Chen Hao sighed softly. As if he had entered an illusory space, he stared straight at the gradually growing full moon, as well as the azure planet not far from the full moon. Moon Earth. Well, just as it became clearer and clearer, and Chen Hao was certain that what he saw in the illusion was the moon and earth, the image suddenly disappeared like a mirage. Ah! Lu Hui screamed. Their lips parted. Chen Hao stared blankly at Lu Hui. The two of them did not move at all. It's yours, what's mine? The illusion just now was so beautiful. Was that the fusion of souls? Your original body finally fell in love with me. The young nurse raised her chin, with a little girl's pride, and clenched her fist in front of her chest. One more time, Chen Hao suddenly said. He pulled the proud young nurse Lu Hui into his arms and kissed her. The young nurse was only surprised for a moment. Soon, she excitedly immersed herself in Qianhao's first kiss. But, no matter how attentive Qianhao was, the scene just now did not appear again. Xiao Hui, how about we roll in the sheets? Ah. Lu Hui was frightened by Qianhao's words. She nervously widened her eyes and said, No. We just started dating. Isn't it too fast? Besides, you haven't fused with me yet. You can rest assured that I'll be yours sooner or later. You really want? I'll help you. Qianhao's eyes widened. He looked at the young nurse who was so nervous that she spoke incoherently, but what she said was bold, hot, and open-minded. It would make any man be filled with reverie and be touched by her words. I can only use this one. Seeing that Qianhao was staring at her without saying anything, Lu Hui mustered up her courage and said. At the same time, she reached out her small hand to Qianhao. But Qianhao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He slapped the young nurse's hand away. Qianhao, if you bite, it'll be so embarrassing. I'm sorry. Qianhao finally could not help but burst out laughing. He said, All right, what are you thinking in that little head of yours? Am I that kind of person? Go in, I'll start working. Phew. That's good. I've already decided. As long as you like it, I'll reluctantly do it. Huh? Are you serious? I'm just teasing you. In your dreams. The young nurse giggled. As she spoke, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared between Qianhao's eyebrows. What a little demon. Qianhao shook his head and touched his crotch. Damn it, Qianhao, who thought that he had already reached the point where he could control himself, was actually teased by this little girl to the point where he had an internal fire. The environment where the souls merge must be the memory hidden in the depths of Xiao Hui's soul. At least I've never experienced that kind of space travel. It can't be my... Could it be? Xiao Hui, the female immortal emperor, is the soul of all living things related to Earth? Or, she came from Earth? Then why is the environment close to the moon? Qianhao thought to himself. He could not help but think of his memories from Earth. Why was the back of the moon densely packed with craters, but the front of the moon was as flat as a mirror? Why were those craters of the same depth regardless of size? The sun's gravitational force on the moon was 254 times that of Earth's, but why was the moon still obediently orbiting Earth and becoming Earth's satellite? These were all phenomena that Li Yuan could not explain back then. There were too many mysteries like this. The current Qianhao was no longer the him of the past. The so-called science was just a shackle. These unexplainable things were the faded cultivation world and the faded mythological era. There were too many things that people on Earth thought were absurd and unexplainable. Now, Qianhao could easily find the direction, but if he wanted to solve the mystery, he could only return to Earth again. Earth? What kind of existence is it? The endless galaxy, the thousands of worlds, what do they have to do with Earth? The little nurse, Lu Hui, was undoubtedly the spirit of all living things that had fallen into the eternal cycle of reincarnation. However, the moment their souls merged, the memories hidden in the depths of her soul were triggered. They were closely related to Earth. This made Qianhao vaguely feel that Lu Hui was very likely to come from the cultivation world that had disappeared from Earth. However, Lu Hui was the spirit of all living things in the Sky River sector. That was the space of nirvana, which used to be the greater world. Lu Hui, the spirit of all living things, used to be the ruler of the Empress. The greater world of ancient chaos. The great world of Xian Di, the forbidden land, the path to the immortal emperor. Is it related? Amidst the confusion, Qianhao felt that he had grasped something in reality, but it also felt like he had not grasped anything. Everything would have to be verified and explored as his strength increased. Shaking his head, Qianhao temporarily threw the confusion in his heart to the back of his mind. This was not a problem that he could figure out now. It was useless to think too much about it. In a flash, Qianhao's great teleportation technique, which he had comprehended a trace of the law of time and space, was instantly activated. If Si Xian saw Qianhao's speed, she would definitely be extremely surprised. To be exact, Even a Tao-severing perfected immortal could only sigh and feel that they were far inferior. After comprehending the Hongmeng Qi and refining a trace of the Great World Mark, Chen Hao had vaguely grasped the law of time and space. This was the real reason for his soaring speed. Chen Hao believed that if he finished refining the Great World Mark and condensed the embryonic form of the Great World, he would definitely go further. After advancing to the Hongmeng realm, he would definitely be more terrifying. However, because Chen Hao already possessed the Great World in his mind, he was extremely careful when tempering the Great World imprint. Because of his special situation, he really did not know what would happen after the tempering was completed. After meeting Yi Lan this time, Chen Hao directly stopped tempering the Great World imprint. It was fine if he did not know, but now that he knew, there was no reason for Chen Hao to continue advancing in the 10-direction territory. The Hongmeng territory of the Great World of Xiandi was the strongest Hongmeng territory. Naturally, he would have to advance there. After all, Chen Hao had to set foot on the Great World of Xiandi. Moreover, Chen Wuliang and Han Mei perfected immortal had already gone there. Beep, beep, beep. At the entrance of the human territory, Chen Shui, who was sitting cross-legged and immersed in cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. There's news. After reading the news through someone, Chen Shui went directly to Xi Xian and told her the content. A general attack in 3 years? That's fast. That's all? That's all for now. Chen Shui said. He didn't take any action? He didn't do anything when I asked him to disturb the alien army? How didn't say? Let me ask? No need. You're communicating through something in the Sky River territory? Xi Xian looked at Chen Shui and asked. Xiao Shui, do you have more? Give me one so I can contact him directly. I really don't have any. He's in charge of everything. Then can you ask one of the Proud Heavens members to give me one? Teacher Xi Xian, once this thing is bound, it's unique and can't be changed. Unless he personally unbinds it, then forget it. Tell him that if he can't complete the mission, he'll be held accountable. But, Teacher Xi Xian, you really don't have to worry. The Alliance of the 9 Galaxies hasn't even used its full strength yet. It's meaningless to launch a general attack in 3 years. Since he said he can do it, there won't be a problem. Blind trust is not good. Chen Shui looked at Xi Xian's expression and smiled. She did not say anything else and returned to her place, once again immersing herself in cultivation. Chapter 11:14. Old Woman Eating Persimmons. In order not to alarm the 9 galaxies for the time being, Chen Hao was now specifically looking for soft targets. Chen Hao temporarily avoided all the large armies that were advancing together. He only looked for those who were in a hurry and had been absorbed into the mind of their leader. After all, the range of Lu Hui's light of nirvana was too limited and the time it could last was too short. If Chen Hao wanted to silently control the enemy without killing them, it would undoubtedly be very difficult. Especially when facing an expert with a powerful soul, it was simply impossible. Chen Hao's mission was to attack and deter. In the name of Death God Chen Hao, with cruel and bloody strength, with thunderous means, he would destroy some of the armies. As long as he could disrupt the morale of the 9 galaxies, his mission would be considered complete. But now, Chen Hao had been out for half a year, but he was like a ghost. The armies of the 9 galaxies did not know of his arrival. Of course, they also did not know that behind them, there were dozens of small armies that had quietly disappeared. 2 years passed in a hurry. Still no news. Commander Xi Xian couldn't sit still any longer. She went to Chen Shui's side and asked, "No, but I feel like this is the calm before the storm. I think it will be calm until the war breaks out and there is no news. Little Shui, I don't want to criticize you, but if you are infatuated with someone, you can't be infatuated with him to the point of blindness. Ask him, what is he doing?" Although the 9 galaxies did not send out their real forces, but after estimating our strength, they sent out enough troops. If we can't disrupt their morale, when the time comes, we will inevitably suffer a lot more casualties. I asked, what did he say? He said he will give us a big surprise. Teacher Xi Xian, he is always like this, After experiencing this, you will understand and then get used to it. Understand, get used to it? Fine. I'm really, whatever. Unable to continue, Xian returned to the core of the human cultivators and sat down cross-legged. She had always been as calm as an ancient well, but now her chest was heaving up and down. When she swept her divine sense over the members of proud heaven, she was speechless. They were all completely immersed in cultivation and didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure from a battle. Although this could stabilize the morale of the human cultivators, Xian felt that this was not a symbol of strength, but rather heartless. Even if this batch of people from the Alliance of 9 Galaxies were cannon fodder, they couldn't just ignore them like that, right? In any case, they weren't pigs. They had estimated the strength of the human race. At the very least, he had to have a goal and achieve a certain effect. 1 year. You still have 1 year. Stinking brat, if you can't do it, see how I'll deal with you. Half a year, it's time to start. In the void, Chen Hao, who was flashing like a ghost, traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. After flying for several days, he still didn't get any benefits. Finally, he stopped and murmured, Chen Hao, are you finally going to officially start the war? I seem to be able to trigger divine punishment. Let me go out and try it? The young nurse suddenly said, Divine punishment? Didn't you advance to celestial immortal silently? Chen Hao asked in surprise. Before this, when Chen Hao met Yi Lan, he had also asked this question. Yi Lan couldn't answer. He could only guess that it was either because the spirit of all things in the reincarnation of the immortal emperor didn't have any restrictions on the realm, nor was it punished by the heavenly Tao, or because it was in Chen Hao's mind. But now that I'm connected to the outside world, I feel like I can trigger it. What kind of divine punishment will you trigger? It shouldn't be bad. Well, we can't waste it. We can use it at a critical moment. Quick, there are still 4 months before we can arrive. We only have 2 months to rest and reorganize. A small army of thousands of people was like a swarm of locusts shuttling rapidly through the void. Powerful auras condensed together, like a steel torrent crushing down. If such a troop was not in the ancient chaos Great Thousand World, but in the space of the 10 major galaxies, it would certainly be astonishing to the extreme. Grand Mist Supremes, in the galaxy, other than the top sects and some powerful forces, ordinary cultivators wouldn't even see one. Who would have thought that there would be so many Grand Mist Supremes in the extraterritorial battlefield? Thousands of people were just a drop in the ocean. Hi. How are you? What? Fuck? A little beauty of the celestial immortal stage of the human race? What made the army stop abruptly in surprise was that a girl with unusually clever and cunning eyes, a fiery and seductive figure, and an extremely beautiful face, with a charming smile and 2 attractive dimples, appeared out of thin air in front of them. The appearance of this girl, who looked more like a little Lolita in their eyes, was already surprising. What was more surprising was that she, who was smiling sweetly like an angel in white, was out of tune with the aura of the extraterrestrial battlefield. What was even more surprising was that her aura was only at the celestial immortal stage, but she had appeared in front of them silently and almost collided with them. Little beauty, come into my mind's world. The leader of the God clan was stunned. He was completely attracted by the little beauty as if water had entered his brain. He didn't even consider the significance of such a person appearing in front of them. And at such a close distance, if she was really just an ordinary celestial immortal, how could she appear silently? How was it possible for her to greet them with a smile under the pressure of thousands of steel torrents? I'm so scared. The young nurse immediately covered her chest like a frightened kitten when she saw a powerful yet gentle energy coming at her from the other party's hand. She looked very pitiful. Fuck your mother. The leader of the insect clan flew into a rage. He slapped the energy released by the leader of the God clan and said, Try touching this little beauty? Little beauty, come with me. Fuck off. Mine. Who the fuck dares to snatch her from me? Chi chi chi, boom boom boom. A terrifying battle broke out. Chen Hao, who was hiding in the void, was dumbfounded. You can do this? This? Chen Hao appeared directly beside Lu Hui and stared at her as he spoke. It had to be said that although Chen Hao didn't feel anything, Lu Hui, who was only at the celestial immortal stage, was a reincarnated celestial emperor. Her emotions were so contagious that even Chen Hao was envious of her. Even the Hongqian Heart Sutra paled in comparison to her. There were thousands of Hongmeng supreme martial artists, and most of them were old men. Yet they couldn't resist the little nurse's casual act. Hee. Lu Hui was like a little bird as she burrowed into Chen Hao's arms. She smiled proudly and said, I was just pretending to be pitiful. Who knew that they would be so weak? Stop it, all of you, stop it. Someone beat us to it. The leader of the tyrants, who had the strongest cultivation, was the first to rush out of the chaotic crowd. He suddenly saw that the little beauty had already entered someone else's arms and his mind instantly cleared up. However, when he saw Chen Hao's appearance clearly, he immediately let out a cry of horror. Killing God Chen Hao! This is killing God Chen Hao! The crowd that was in a frenzy suddenly woke up with the leader's shout and screams. Immediately, someone called out Chen Hao's name. At this moment, everyone broke out in cold sweat. There was no doubt that they had completely lost their minds just now. You know too much. Close the door, release. Chen Hao, go! Smith. Chen Hao slapped the little nurse's buttocks, who had her hands on her waist, and immediately hugged her waist. With a swoosh, the overlord's spear shot out. He moved along with the spear. There was no boundless murderous aura, no vast pressure, and no mysterious supernatural powers. Sometimes, it seemed slow but was actually fast. It seemed soft but was actually hard. Chen Hao, who was holding the little nurse in one hand, was like a breeze shuttling through the entire space. Wherever he passed, nothing could touch him. Every time the spear flashed, a foreign race cultivator would be pierced between his eyebrows. Ah! A scream resounded through the sky, but it was not from the enemy. It was from the little nurse, Lu Hui, who opened her eyes wide and screamed excitedly. She felt as if she was dancing. She danced along with Chen Hao's movements. She was as light as the wind and as graceful as a stream. Before she could scream, she died. All that was left in Lu Hui's eyes was Chen Hao, who was cruelly reaping lives with a smile on his face. After Lu Hui's excited scream, the foreign race cultivators looked at their exploding heads. Their eyes widened, and they finally let out horrified screams. Boom, 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 boom. One by one, they unleashed extremely violent energy toward Chen Hao, who had turned killing into an art. There was no cruelty, only elegance. At this moment, Chen Hao finished showing off, and his spiritual altar instantly bloomed. Boo! As Lu Hui screamed, Chen Hao's body suddenly expanded infinitely. In an instant, Lu Hui was like a real little bird. She rode on Chen Hao's ear and grabbed onto a thick strand of Chen Hao's long hair. Her face was filled with the shock and excitement of a little girl. In the extraterritorial battlefield, which was a few days' flight away from the human race's entrance, there were many huge floating meteorites. Palaces condensed from divine power nomological laws stood in great numbers. They were densely covered with Dao marks. Some large meteorites, which were not inferior to ordinary planets, had powerful seals placed on them. They became the encampment of the 9 Galaxies Alliance. At the core of the incomparably huge meteorite fragment, the 9 great commanders of the 9 Galaxies Alliance gathered in a huge palace hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Why aren't they replying? How is this possible? Fuck, are they rebelling? The commander of the tyrants, who was sitting on one of the 9 main seats in the hall, said with an ugly expression after sending the message through the token. 6,000 words, please vote monthly. Thank you. Chapter 11:15. There was only half a year left before the final battle began. The strongest armies led by the 9 great commanders had all arrived. At this moment, the leader of the 9 great commanders, the tyrant commander, began to send out messages to tabulate the situation of the armies that had arrived. However, what made him furious was that there were no replies from many of the armies. What's going on? The other 8 people frowned and asked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The tyrant commander ignored their questions and issued an ultimatum to the army leaders who hadn't received any replies. You want to be a deserter? No matter who it is, anyone who dares to violate this order will have their entire family annihilated. Reply immediately and announce your position. However, what made him even more embarrassed was that there was still no reply after waiting for half a minute. 863 people didn't reply. What's going on? 863 people. It's the same here. Is there a problem? That's impossible. When the tyrant commander didn't reply, the other 8 great commanders directly used their tokens to tabulate the information. However, their expressions changed drastically when they saw that there were so many army leaders who didn't reply. At this moment, they all looked at each other in horror and understood why the tyrant commander was so angry. Their armies were formed by the alliance of the 9 galaxies, and each of them had a part of it. However, it took a lot of time to allocate them. For these armies, if the leader of one galaxy didn't reply, there might be a problem with that galaxy. However, if the leaders of all 9 galaxies didn't reply, there must be a problem with all of them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the 9 great commanders suddenly received a message from their tokens almost at the same time. Killer God Xianxia has launched a surprise attack. Killer God Xianxia and a girl in the heavenly immortal state. Killer God Xianxia, requesting reinforcements. Send reinforcements immediately. The 9 great commanders looked at each other in horror at the same time. Immediately, the 9 great commanders frowned slightly and issued orders at the same time. What's the situation? That was because the 9 of them received too little information. Even 2 of them only said the words, Killer God Xianxia, and nothing more. The others weren't any better. However, what made them feel extremely uneasy was that no more information was sent back. Lock onto his position. All the legions in the vicinity, please surround him immediately. You must kill Xianxia. No mistakes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Although the army leader that Xianxia had annihilated had sent out a message in a hurry, as long as it was connected, the 9 commanders were able to confirm the other party's location through the token. When there was no response, the 9 commanders directly sent a message to the army leaders in their respective star systems through their commander tokens. God of Slaughter Xianxia, a human and a celestial immortal, what the hell is going on? Although this legion was only a small legion of a few thousand people, but how could they send a message so hastily? Now, there's no response. Could it be that the entire army has fallen in such a short time? Trash, is this small army all trash? Impossible. Even if the 9 of us joined forces, it's impossible to annihilate the entire army in such a short period of time. Could it be that they sucked the members of the army into their mental worlds in order to hurry on their way? I understand. God of Slaughter Xianxia must have brought a group of human elites with him. Impossible. Don't forget, God of Slaughter Xianxia is just a Daluo golden wonderland. How could he bring people with him? The message they sent before they died was Xianxia and a young girl in the celestial immortal realm. Commander, we're nearby. We'll reach our destination in about 4 hours. Commander, we'll reach our destination in about 10 hours. Commander, we'll reach our destination in about half a day. Commander, we'll reach our destination in about a day. A moment later, after the army leaders received the order, the army leaders who were closer to the location sent back the news. Commander 9 Lives quickly made arrangements based on the location returned by the message, the strength of the army numbers, and the terrifying combat power of God of Slaughter Xianxia. In all directions around the position of the army, the various allied armies began to gather and approach. From afar, they formed an encirclement. Beep, 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 Xiaoji 1 was hovering in the air, and a crisp voice rang out. Master, there are 56 armies approaching from all directions. 10 of them are large armies, each with about 30,000 soldiers. 23 medium-sized armies have about 15,000 soldiers. The rest are small armies with about 5 to 6,000 soldiers. At present, the closest to us is... No one knew that countless high-tech satellites that had concealed their auras were floating in the void. Chen Hao could clearly see the situation within a radius of billions of miles around him. As for Little Wisdom 1, it accurately displayed the enemy's distance, speed, and estimated strength of the army in Chen Hao's mind. This kind of technology that transcended the law of divine ability was undoubtedly of great use in a battle like this. Without needing Chen Hao's instructions, Small Wisdom 1 selected the best targets for Chen Hao. Chen Hao, who was as tall as a mountain, held the Overlord spear that had also expanded countless times. The countless tentacles between his eyebrows suddenly sucked in the bloody mist and corpses that filled the air into the sea of corpses. So powerful. Chen Hao, your spear is so powerful. Don't use the Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree in the future. Let it live a little longer. Don't make it bigger, it doesn't look good. Just look at it from the beginning. It feels great. Lu Hui, who was riding on Chen Hao's ear like a little bird, bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she spoke excitedly. Well, it seems like you like Big Brother's spear more? Chen Hao, you're so bad? I'm talking about the Overlord spear. What did you think I was talking about? Pure. Can't you be a little more pure? As the two chatted and laughed, Chen Hao reverted to his original form and turned into a stream of light with Lu Hui in his arms. Smoke rose everywhere and screams shook the sky. As they chatted and laughed, the oars were reduced to ashes. This was the true portrayal of Chen Hao, the god of slaughter. News spread one after another, and then they could no longer contact him. However, because the battle lasted for a long time, the 9 great commanders received more news. However, the news that made them suck in a breath of cold air and their hair stand on end, 1 man, 1 spear, and 1 young girl in his arms, wantonly slaughtered in all directions as if he had entered a no-man's land. In particular, after a cultivator sent out a live video message, the 9 great commanders felt their legs go weak. What kind of monster was this? Daluo Jingxian was just Daluo Jingxian. How could he be so much stronger than the average Tao severing perfected immortal? He shuttled back and forth leisurely, and the spear gleamed like blooming lotus flowers. The adorable young girl in his arms had a look of worship in her eyes and was clapping her hands. It didn't feel like he was killing people, but more like he was performing a smooth, beautiful, and extraordinary dance. However, the lives of the experts of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm were swept away by the autumn wind like withered leaves. 1892, 1493, 2076, and other legions, stop advancing immediately. Do not act alone. Set up a formation to resist the enemy and wait for orders. 856, 432, 119. 3875, and other legions, immediately approach the command position and gather. Always prepare for a joint attack. After a large legion was killed by God of Slaughter Chen Hao in 4 hours, the 9 great commanders issued a series of late orders. God of Slaughter Chen Hao, this monster, was definitely not a monster that could be taken down by numbers unless the allied legions joined forces to launch a collective attack and joined forces with a big move. However, they also knew that the speed that God of Slaughter Chen Hao displayed was too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. Of all the supernatural powers in the world, only speed could not be defeated. It was completely interpreted by Chen Hao. If God of Slaughter Chen Hao wanted to escape, who could stop him? What shocked them even more was that the perception of cultivators in this extraterrestrial battlefield was severely reduced. However, judging from the positions of the legions that were wiped out one after another, Chen Hao seemed to have gone through precise calculations. Every time he was in a battle, the next battle would be with the legion closest to him. Report it, the tyrant commander said with a heavy expression. Report it. It's not that we're incompetent, but that the enemy is too strong. This is clearly the strength of a Tao severing perfected immortal. How can we resist? This was like a tiger, the king of all beasts, pouncing on a flock of sheep. More importantly, this tiger had wings. What could they do in such a situation? It ate when it wanted to. When it couldn't eat anymore and wanted to rest, it flapped its wings and disappeared. One person could create chaos among the legions of the Alliance of 9 Great Galaxies. Moreover, at this point, they were already clear that the disappearance of hundreds of legions previously must have been caused by God of Slaughter Qianhao. This was the truly terrifying thing. Until now, they still didn't know how Qianhao did it. God of Slaughter Qianhao. God of Slaughter Qianhao. God of Slaughter Qianhao. One person. The real commanders and experts guarding the entrances of the 9 galaxies all received the news at the first moment. Their expressions all turned extremely ugly. Ignore it. The original plan is to gather and launch an all-out attack. Cannon fodder was cannon fodder after all. The real experts of the foreign tribes gave the order immediately. At the same time, they reported to their respective commanders that God of Slaughter Qianhao had killed countless legions of the foreign tribes and that his strength was comparable to a Dao-severing perfected immortal. The patriarch of the tyrant Jin family, who was also the patriarch of the Xiao family, flew into a rage when he received the news. When he learned that God of Slaughter Qianhao had returned, he still believed that his true 10th life golden dragon would be unscathed and invincible in the 10-direction territory. Although he couldn't understand why Qianhao could return because of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Now that Qianhao from the Daluo Golden Wonderland had displayed the strength of a Dao-severing perfected immortal, he felt a strong sense of unease. With such strength, even the alliance of 9 great galaxies in the 10-direction territory, including the 9 great experts such as the Golden Dragon, would not be able to do anything to Qianhao. First update, seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 11:16. Moreover, the Xiao family patriarch already knew that Gao Kuan of the Dark Demon race had been killed by Ao Tian, or more accurately, Qianhao. What about the others? The Xiao family patriarch had a feeling that his 10th life, the Golden Dragon, would be very different from what he had expected. He was definitely not dead, but would he end up like Gao Kuan, becoming a puppet of the killing god Qianhao? The possibility was too high. It was so high that the Xiao family patriarch was terrified. Kill. No matter what, we must kill Qianhao. If we let him grow to become the supreme of Hongmeng, no one in this world will be able to stop him. The tyrants, send out 100 of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm's top elites. I will persuade the other galaxies. The Xiao family patriarch directly gave the order to the tyrant's leader. Yes, it was an order. 100 supreme of Hongmeng's top elites were definitely close to the cutting Dao perfected immortal level. The strongest among them must have reached the strength of an ordinary cutting Dao perfected immortal. There was no doubt that they were the super geniuses of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm. Soon, the 9 galaxies reached a consensus and sent out their strongest 100 supreme of Hongmeng. Their only mission was to kill Qianhao. As for the outsider armies that were already in the battlefield, they carried out their orders according to the previous orders. They ignored Qianhao because it wasn't something they could interfere with. The only thing they changed was to launch the attack in advance. Beep, beep, beep. Master, stop the alien armies and start the attack. However, they are heading toward the entrance of the human race. We have received news that the Alliance of the 9 Galaxies has started the attack earlier and has given up on Master. Oh! Qianhao, who was rushing toward the next alien army, frowned slightly. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Hero, what do you mean? Beauty, I've overdone it, huh? Do you mean that the enemy army was scared out of their wits by you and ran away like rats? Exactly. However, if I'm not wrong, the more powerful supreme of Hongmeng, who are comparable to cutting Dao perfected immortals, will appear and join the cannon fodder army to attack the entrance of the human race and wait for me to arrive. This is called surrounding Hao and waiting for Hao. I understand. Hero, do you dare to go? Lonely as snow, loud as sparse, all for the sake of a defeat. How can this hero not go? Let's go. Qianhao teased the little nurse, Lu Hui, but his eyes flashed with a cold, murderous aura. His fighting spirit rose. He grabbed the little nurse's waist and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, he sent a message. Little snow, mission completion rate, 10,000%. Because of this, the alliance of the 9 planetary systems has launched an all-out attack ahead of schedule. Proud Heaven's legions can now act according to plan. Chen Shui read the information from the AI and exclaimed. Commander Xian, who had been watching Chen Shui's every move like an ant on a hot pan, arrived beside Chen Shui in a flash. What news? Don't tell me you're asking for backup. Xian stared at the shocked Chen Shui and said. However, she realized that after hearing her words, Chen Shui's expression became extremely strange. Hurry up and tell me. I'm just angry at him for boasting. If there's really danger, we'll move out immediately. If something were to happen to him, Master would be furious. Commander Itoda, Commander Humenyang, Commander Helian Wuzi, Commander Coiling Dragon, Commander Du Jing, Commander Lin Xia, Commander Lan Feng, Commander Chen Ling, Commander Li Yang, Commander Leng Ninglu, Commander Chen Nen, Commander Chen Yen, Commander Tantai Lien, and Commander Bailey Ningbing. The 10 legions of the vast universe galaxy suddenly appeared in front of Chen Shui and Commander Xian at the same time. Master Xian, the 11 legions led by Proud Heaven's members request to be the first to move out. Humenyang said in a low voice. Chen Shui also led a legion. Proved. Xian's expression suddenly became serious. She replied without hesitation. Then she said, Commander Chen Shui, what's the situation? Give me the location. We can't let anything happen to Chen Hao. Hurry up. Commander Xian, who hadn't had time to wait for Chen Shui's reply, saw that all the members of Proud Heaven had come and requested to fight. Her intuition told her that something had happened to Chen Hao. How could she dare hesitate? How could she not know Chen Hao's importance? He was Master Yi Lan's pillar of support. If something happened to Chen Hao, how could she face Master Yi Lan? Therefore, not only did the 11 legions led by Proud Heaven's members move out, she also had to lead the top experts of the human race and rush over as quickly as possible. Cough cough. Huh? Haha, are you serious? As soon as Xian finished speaking, she frowned. Chen Shui couldn't help but burst out laughing. Humenyang, Coiling Dragon, and the others also had strange expressions on their faces. Some were surprised, and some were laughing. They didn't look at all like Chen Hao was in trouble. Master Xian, I'm sorry to have made you nervous. Chen Hao sent word that he completed the mission 10,000%, That's why the 9 Galaxies Alliance is launching an attack ahead of schedule. The legions led by Proud Heaven's members are now moving out according to Chen Hao's battle plan. We'll take the initiative to attack from the sides and rear. All of you, get out of here. Get out of here. Commander Xian's face turned bright red, and she angrily slapped each and every one of them. Even Chen Shui and the other women were no exception. They were all sent flying. She was infuriated. What was she supposed to do as a commander? Was she just a decoration? Not only was she unable to get any information, she wasn't even informed of the battle plan of Proud Heaven's legions. Even worse was that she had been so nervous. All legions, prepare for battle. Everyone, get into position and activate the defensive spell formations. Activate the joint offensive magical artifacts. Information legions, move out. Gather information. Long-range assault legions, prepare for battle. Independent experts, prepare for battle. Provide reinforcements. Reserve legions, prepare for battle. Reinforce any positions that are lost. One command after another was issued from Commander Xian's command medallion, and the human cultivators within a radius of several billion kilometers began to move out. The clouds of war were gathering. The Outsider Alliance's legions will arrive soon. This is just their cannon fodder. We don't have any cannon fodder. We're fighting to protect our home. Only by not fearing death can we survive. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous will emerge victorious. This is just the beginning. We can't achieve 0 casualties, but we must achieve the lowest possible casualty rate. Bring out all your strength. Kill without fear of death. Kill. 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 Xian's beautiful voice became impassioned. Through the formations and runes set up by the human race, it pierced through the void and reverberated for several billion kilometers. A battle between legions in the Grandma's supremacy realm naturally wouldn't be like a battle between legions in the mortal world. In a battle of this level, it was normal for people to be separated by millions or even tens of millions of kilometers. To a Hongmeng supremacy, destroying a star in the blink of an eye was no different from a mortal world mortal. No way. There's no spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor are there any magical laws. How mysterious! Commander Lan Feng. What kind of battleship is this? When Lan Feng arrived at his almost female army, he immediately summoned 100 battleships that weren't very large in size. As soon as these battleships rose into the air, everyone was shocked. This was because the aura of these battleships didn't cause any fluctuations in the energy of heaven and earth. They just floated quietly in the air. This was a high-tech magnetic field reversal, a flight mode that transcended gravity. It was also the most basic flight mode of the high-tech battleships in the Sky River sector. Only when one was close enough could they feel the change in the gravitational field. Looking at the many pairs of eyes that were looking at him, many of them were female Hongmeng beauties with beautiful faces, figures, and temperaments. Furthermore, they were all women, not women. Lan Feng's expression carried a trace of imperceptible pride. He stroked his naturally handsome fringe and said proudly, "This is a battleship unique to the proud heavens. It's the Killing God Shenhao brand. There's no other brand like it. All team leaders, lead your team members. Go. Everyone, follow me to board the ship." "But, Commander, how do we control it?" "You'll understand once you board the ship. It's easy to understand and easy to learn. Anyone can control it and use it. It's suitable for both young and old, men and women alike. No need for nonsense. Let's go." Lan Feng opened his mouth and said. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. After Lan Feng finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and entered the first battleship under the escort of 100 cultivators. Only 30 of these 100 people were men, and they were all powerful old men. The other 70 were the ones with the strongest appearance, figure, temperament, and strength in his army. They all had the primordial Yin body. Such an obvious situation, let alone Lan Feng, everyone in the army knew that there was a certain meaning behind it. However, those who had cultivated to the Grand Mist supremacy realm and maintained their primordial Yin bodies were naturally very decent geniuses. At least in the vast universe galaxy, they were considered geniuses. They didn't show any intentions of getting close to Lan Feng just because he was a Daluo Golden Wonderland and had the heaven-defying talent of a Hongmeng supremacy. After the incident with Xiaofeng, especially after knowing that he was the legendary third life of teacher Xian, Lan Feng had completely given up. The feelings that were buried deep in his heart because of Boss were crushed to pieces. How could he subdue such a woman? Only a pervert like Boss could subdue her. He didn't have the guts, heart, or ability to do so. Therefore, he was a little excited to have 70 beauties accompanying him. However, it was only a little. Feelings needed to be nurtured. It was enough that he had died prematurely because of one impulse. Lan Feng didn't want to experience it a second time. No one is allowed to refine the battleship. No one is allowed to infuse the battleship with divine ability laws or energy. This is the key to whether we can hide from the foreign army's surveillance. It's the key to our surprise attack and escape. Do you understand? Understood. In the other battleships, the cultivators looked at Lan Feng's image on the screen in front of them and replied in surprise. That wasn't Lan Feng's primordial spirit, nor was it Lan Feng's energy. It was a true three-dimensional image on the huge screen. Second update, looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 11:17. When the Blue Peak Legion's 100 battleships took off, Chen Shui, Humaingyang, Coiling Dragon, and the other legions also cut through the void and headed to the two sides of the entrance of the human territory. They wanted to use the stealth ability of the Sky River Star Region's battleships to circle around the sides and rear of the Alliance of the Nine Galaxies and launch surprise attacks to coordinate with the human territory's frontal defense. Vast Universe Galaxy, Second World. The square of the League of Defenders in every city had been overcrowded since the Nine Galaxies had completely shed all pretense of cordiality and joined forces a few years ago. The news of the Nine Galaxies joining forces to divide and occupy the vast universe galaxy had long been announced by the Holy Temple and the League of Defenders. Countless Hongmeng Supreme Masters from the top sects, families, and major forces had left, filling the entire vast universe galaxy with a tense atmosphere as if a storm was about to come. On the square of the League of Defenders in Second World, there were many pagoda steels with golden names shining on them, just like when Xianxia and other Earth celestial stage cultivators entered the primitive mystic realm. The difference was that this was a life-and-death battle between the masters of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. This was a matter of life and death for the vast universe galaxy. In the past few years, many of the golden names had turned gray, which represented the fall of the masters. However, their names did not disappear from the pagoda steels but remained eternal. Their battle records were recorded behind their names. Some cultivators with high battle records were even broadcast on the square of the League of Defenders through the magical Second World. Their life introduction and the battles they experienced in the extraterrestrial battlefield were broadcasted until they died. These were the heroes of the human clan, heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect the great homeland of the vast universe galaxy. Their names would be recorded in the history of the vast universe galaxy forever. After the god of suicide, Xianxia, and the members of the Proud Heavens officially returned to the human clan and met with the strongest leader of the vast universe galaxy, Yi Lan, the names of the god of death, Xianxia, and the core generals of the Proud Heavens appeared on the huge pagoda steels. Their information showed that they were Daluo Jingxian, but their identities had become legion commanders. Their military exploits, including Xianxia's, were all zero. After 2.5 years, their military exploits had not changed at all. In fact, during the past 2.5 years, the military exploits of human cultivators had not changed at all. Even Itoda, the spiritual pillar of human cultivators, had not changed at all during the past 2.5 years. Of course, Itoda Ito had never been mentioned on the pagoda stele. After Xianxia's return, he had become a core general of the Proud Heaven Society, the only primordial chaos paragon, and the legion general of a legion. Everything indicated that this was the calm before the storm. Nobody knew that in the past 2.5 years, Xianxia, the god of slaughter, had already killed over 900 non-humankind armies, whether large or small, after abandoning the human token. In Second World, there were countless official members, outer members, and conclave members of the Proud Heavens Society. East Flow City, Yang City, and Everlasting City, which had been established specifically to support the rise of Planet Everlasting, were all occupied by the cultivators of the Proud Heavens Society. The president of the Proud Heavens Society had collapsed over 10,000 years ago. The slaughter god, Xianxia, had returned, and the Daluo Golden Wonderland had led Proud Heaven's core generals out of the Ten Directions domain and into the foreign battlefields that only paragons of Hongmeng dared to enter. What kind of concept was that? At the same time, news had spread throughout the vast universe galaxy that the slaughter god, Xianxia, and Proud Heaven's core generals had returned to the vast universe galaxy to meet with Lord Yi Lan. They had slaughtered countless foreign cultivators, but they didn't have a command medallion, so there were no records. No one doubted the strength of the Daluo Golden Wonderland's slaughter god, Xianxia, and Proud Heaven's core generals. All they felt was anticipation. The slaughter god, Xianxia, was the creator of miracles, a monstrous genius that hadn't appeared in 1 trillion years in the vast universe galaxy. Once upon a time, Ito Tai had been the pillar of support for the human race in the vast universe planetary system. But now, that freakishly powerful Ito Tai was only a core general of Proud Heaven. Furthermore, there were rumors that slaughter god Xianxia was actually Ito Tai's master. Just how strong was the slaughter god, Xianxia now? Xianxia, who always kept a low profile, didn't know about any of this. But as the nurse, Lu Hui, had said to Chen Hao, sometimes even if you wanted to keep a low profile, you wouldn't be able to. Whether it was nude or a red scarf, if you did it too often, it would eventually be exposed. Especially when there were people who wanted to prevent you from keeping a low profile. How could you keep a low profile? Chen Hao wanted to keep a low profile, but Lord Yilan wouldn't allow it. Destiny was limitless, and people's hearts were infinitely big. The former slaughter god, Chen Hao, had only attracted the attention of the world when he was in the celestial immortal realm. When the golden scale dragon transformation appeared, his advancement to the grand heavenly immortal realm had collapsed. In Yilan's view, although the proud Heavens Association had spread throughout the vast universe galaxy and had countless followers, they were all low-level cultivators. It wasn't enough, far from enough. What he wanted was for the name of the slaughter god, Chen Hao, to resound throughout the ancient chaos universe. To gather the strongest destiny and faith. How could he allow Chen Hao to keep a low profile? However, Yilan didn't expect that Chen Hao would even throw away the token. For 2.5 years, no news had spread. When it did, it had already forced the 9 Galaxies Alliance to the point of launching an all-out attack in advance. One person, this was done by Chen Hao alone. Say, do you think our human race can survive? A beautiful young woman held the hand of a young man beside her and looked at him with a worried expression. As a young girl who had just fallen in love, she was deeply worried about the current situation of the human race. The human race was fighting alone in the 9 Galaxies Alliance. Even if the human race had some natural advantages after entering the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, the hope of victory was too slim. The young man held the young woman's hand tightly and said in a firm tone, "We definitely can. The president of the Proud Heavens Association, my boss, my brother-in-law, has returned. After more than 10,000 years, he has returned today. I believe that he will bring a miracle to the human race. If I had stepped into the 10 Directions domain back then, cough, as long as you believe that we can win." Brother Long, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you would have gone. Don't say that. For you, I'm willing to stay. It's just that we missed a rapid improvement. What do you mean? How did we miss it? I know the strength of Little Ting and the others very well. Even if they have already comprehended the Hongmeng Qi and started to refine the Great World Mark, their improvement is too exaggerated in just 1,000 years. If they did it on their own, it would be impossible. Boss. In such a short time, their combat power has increased to the level of the genius Hongmeng supremacy. Only boss's abnormal ability can do that. But cultivation is a very personal matter. That's because you don't understand the killing god Chen Hao. Long Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Hao's name on the pagoda monument. He continued, the primal mystic realm, the great path Sanskrit mantra, and the lotus flower tongue allowed all of us to enter a state comparable to enlightenment for hundreds of years. He taught us all kinds of great path ultimate techniques that are suitable for us. These are all secondary. When we're with him, even if he doesn't do anything, it's like we've gathered all the luck in the world. Whether it's cultivation or training, our progress will naturally become very terrifying. When we were with him, we couldn't feel it. But when we leave his side, we suddenly realize that the companions who were with us before have been left far behind. In these 10,000 years, I've realized this point. 10,000 years. It's not as good as being with him for 1,000 years, or even a few hundred years. Now, Little Ting and the others' strength has proven this point. Dong Lu, Dong Xing, and I have been left far behind by them. Huan Aobua, Jing Tiangang, and the others are also the same. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Long Yi's mouth. His eyes sparkled as he spoke softly to the woman beside him. Dong Xing, I've decided. What? Let's start the real dual cultivation. Our talents are not as good as theirs. Now, the Daluo Golden Wonderland is able to dominate the experts in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, and if we want to catch up with our big brother, we have to improve quickly. In the future, we'll talk about it later. I understand. But, Dong Lu, even if you want to start, Let's wait until the battle is over and our big brother returns. Okay? Let's go and see little Qing. Little Qing, Fan Xiaoqing, was later changed to Qianhao because of Qianhao. She was also the woman who was truly obtained by Qianhao. Her miserable mortal core status was completely changed because of Qianhao. Now, although she was still in the Fan family, she had the same status as the eldest daughter of the Fan Donglu family. Since the news of Qianhao's return spread out, Fan Xiaoqing stayed in her room and didn't step out. She was immersed in the Alliance Square of the Second World, staring at Qianhao's name. She quietly stared and waited, waiting for the slightest news of her master. She didn't know if her master who had returned after 10,000 years still remembered her, but that wasn't important. She only knew that her master had given her a new life. She didn't care how her master treated her, as long as she could return to her master's side, it was enough. That was her everything. Gratitude and love, even if it was only her love, it was the meaning of her life. The Second World, limitless city, an existence that wasn't inferior to any of the big cities on vast universe star. Everyone knew that the birth of limitless city was because of Qianhao, the god of slaughter. And most of the people in this city came from limitless star. The once barren and backward limitless star, after 10,000 years, although there was still a big gap between its foundation and the powerful cities, but with the influx of countless experts and the speed of its development, it had surpassed all the other cities. First update, looking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Chapter 11-18. In the Alliance Square of Wuji City, a group of people gathered. They were the most dazzling people in Wuji Star. They were none other than Huyan Aobua, the first king, Jing Tiangang, and the other members of the Proud Heavens Alliance on the Wuji Star. There were also Qianhao's earliest siblings, Mo Yui, Yang Fan, Ni Jianping, Li Feng, Buttface, and Xiaomei. 10,000 years later, Xiaomei's appearance had not changed at all. She only had a stronger aura and confidence after Qianhao had destroyed her inferiority complex. 2.5 years ago, after receiving news of the return of killer god Qianhao, she had not left the Second World. She was like Fan Xiaoqing, waiting for news of Qianhao, waiting for Qianhao's return. 10,000 years ago, when Qianhao saved them from the Valley of Happiness, he opened his heart to her. No one knew how happy she was at that time. Sister Mei, Junior. Sister Mei, what do you think this is? This is when you left the Xiao family and rushed to the royal school, we sent you off. Hee, that's right. Sister Mei, look at how affectionate you are. What? Sister Mei, your talent is very poor. I know. Junior, thank you for helping me so much. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be able to step out of the secular world. Xiao Mei clearly remembered that at that time, Qianhao's unconstrained words had left her at a loss. Her heart had been filled with apprehension, bitterness, and countless fantasies. Although she didn't expect too much, when Qianhao said it out loud, she still felt extremely uncomfortable. However, what Qianhao said next was the happiest and most unforgettable thing she had ever heard in her life. Do you want to become stronger? Of course I do, I think about it all the time. Sister Mei, there is a very simple way for you to become stronger quickly. However, you will have to pay a huge price. What is it? Be my woman and dual cultivate with me. The price is very high. Sister Mei, are you willing? Xiao Mei remembered that before she could finish her words, Qianhao had kissed her and sealed her mouth. And now, after over 10,000 years, he had returned. Instead, he threw himself directly into a life or death battle for the vast universe galaxy. DDD. Suddenly, all the cultivators in the Second World, whether they were in the Alliance Square, in the arena, or in the Holy Land of the Second World, received a system message. The message was a video conversation between the two of them. One was Qianhao, the woman who was rumored to be the most loved by the killing god Qianhao in the vast universe galaxy. She was the leader of the harem. One of them was the god of slaughter Qianhao. As soon as they saw this video, all the cultivators in the Second World of the vast universe galaxy exclaimed in surprise. Long Yi and his Taoist companions, Pan Donglu, Pan Dongxing, Chen Shaoqing, Huyan Aobua, the first king, and Xiao Mei, were all excited at once. How? Teacher Si Xian wants me to ask you about the details. Everything you say now will be used as evidence in court. This is Controller Yi Lan's order. You must answer. It can't be? I worked so hard to fight for the human race and I broke the law? Abandoning the human race token is an unredeemable crime. Another beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the video. Voila! The moment this figure appeared, it once again caused an uproar among the human cultivators, especially among the geniuses of the temple and countless important figures. It was the immortal legend, Teacher Si Xian. That's because I accidentally forgot. Cough cough. All right, Teacher Si Xian, ask away. You completed the mission with a 10,000% success rate, forcing the foreign races to launch an attack half a year in advance. What's the specific situation? How many foreign races did you kill? This, not many. How many is not many? I've only killed 20 to 30 small core, a few medium core, and one large core. Armies, as a whole? Both Si Xian and Chen Shui asked at the same time. It seems so. The specific number is what Controller Yi Lan wants to know. I'm the commander, and I have the right to know the exact situation of the enemy's forces. You should know that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can I give the correct orders. That's true. Okay, I'll tell you. It's good that you know, but don't make it public. I'm a very low-key person. Speak. Si Xian interrupted, her face slightly green. I killed 39 small armies, 8 medium armies, and 1 large army. They were all wiped out. This is one of the reasons they were forced to launch the attack early. The main reason is, over the past 2 years, I've captured about 900 small armies. Currently they're all with me. I haven't counted the total number, but the small armies have about 5,000 to 6,000 people. I'll say it again, Teacher Si Xian, it's good that you know. That's it, I'm going to start the battle. Chen Hao pointed at his head and said. After saying this, the display screen in the flying device blurred, and Chen Hao's figure disappeared. He left behind the stunned teacher Si Xian and Chen Shui. Soon after, the broadcast in the second world ended. Is this real? Countless human cultivators said the same thing as Si Xian had said in Chen Shui's flying device. Back then, Si Xian had been constantly sending messages to Yi Lan from the command medallion. Yi Lan and true immortal Shui Mei had received the news at almost the same time, and they were both stunned speechless. Not long after, Yi Lan didn't hesitate to spread the news throughout the second world. Loki? You want to keep a low profile, so old man will let you? What's the use of keeping a low profile? The human heart was infinitely large, and the karmic luck was limitless. He wanted Chen Hao to do what he couldn't do, and he believed that Chen Hao could do it. How could he let Chen Hao give up on the chance to gather karmic luck? It wasn't just the second world that spread the news. At the same time, Yi Lan ordered Si Xian to use the command medallion to spread the news to all human cultivators in the outworld battlefield. When Lan Feng and the other Proud Heaven members saw the message, they laughed proudly. They weren't too surprised. As far as they were concerned, this kind of battle record was only SOSO for their boss. What was there to be surprised about? They'd wondered whether or not the first wave of cannon fodder from the alliance of 9 galaxies would arrive. Now that they'd heard of their boss's battle record, they were even more convinced that he hadn't done his best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have captured nearly 900 legionnaires alive. He would have killed them. Killed. Of course, they knew that their boss wasn't showing mercy to the enemy. He was delaying the real battle when the true experts of the alien races poured in. Si Xian, starting now. Master, I'm a commander. Master didn't say you weren't a commander. All right. No one knew that Yi Lan and Si Xian had just issued a new order. At the same time, Si Xian commanded the 100 top-tier experts who hadn't yet entered the outworld battlefield. Many of them were the elders of Proud Heaven's core generals. This. The alliance of 9 galaxies was like a huge net that was spread across the sky. They were like a flood of steel, and wherever they passed, an overwhelming pressure and monstrous battle intent caused heaven and earth to change colors. Boom, boom. Above the left flank of the 9 Great Alliance's massive battle line that spanned tens of billions of kilometers, a terrifying aura that did not belong to the laws of divine arts suddenly emanated from the silent void, and yet it was a rumble that resounded across the world. What's that? Countless cultivators in the nearest large army looked at the void in shock. This. Be careful. This is man-made. It has to be the human army. Be on guard. Although the army commander was surprised, he wasn't nervous. This was because he didn't sense any threat from the things flying toward him. They didn't contain any divine ability or terrifying power. They weren't magic treasures or artifacts at all. It was like someone throwing a rock at him. The only advantage was that they were shockingly fast. Boom, 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 t. When the cultivators of this legion heard their leader's words, they violently activated their energy, but they casually waved it at the strange flying object. In their eyes, this thing was not powerful at all. What they really needed to fight was the human legion that hadn't shown up yet. At this time, the ones who could launch a surprise attack here were undoubtedly the top human legions. Reporting to Commander, our army has been harassed and ambushed by the human army. Requesting reinforcements from the nearby allied legions to kill the human legions together. The 9 galactic leaders of the army also casually launched attacks to block the rapidly approaching unknown object. They also took the opportunity to report the situation. Although they felt a sense of crisis, they were not in a hurry. After all, he hadn't seen the human legions yet. Leader Pan, is this effective? It doesn't seem powerful at all, and it's so far away. This is Boss's order. Boss said that there will be a surprise, so there will naturally be a surprise. Everyone, follow me and prepare for battle. Coiling Dragon stared at the target on the screen and the rapidly approaching antimatter missile that his boss called antimatter missile. He said without confidence. Boom, 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 boom. Finally, just as Coiling Dragon finished speaking, a terrifying explosion appeared on the screen. Mushroom clouds that could swallow the sky and the earth suddenly spread out from the direction of the explosion. Countless huge meteors in the extraterrestrial battlefield were directly annihilated into dust under everyone's gaze. Ah! Countless screams could be heard from the mushroom cloud. Then, one after another, non-humankind cultivators rushed out of the mushroom cloud. Their bodies were burning, and their limbs were missing. There was no blood, no flesh, and no blood. However, everyone in Pan Long's army, including Pan Long himself, couldn't help but stare with their eyes wide open. Second update, requesting monthly votes and recommendation votes. I have a stockpile of votes in the annual meeting. I can't explode. Please support Dark Mountain. Thank you. Chapter 11:19. So powerful. The tall and burly female guard, who had doubted the power of Coiling Dragon's attack a moment ago, exclaimed in shock. Charge. Finish the battle quickly. Kill. Coiling Dragon regained his senses and gave the order excitedly. Chi, as the antimatter missiles were launched, the battleships that were also closing in quickly opened their doors. The 10,000 human cultivators of the Coiling Dragon Legion instantly charged madly into the half-destroyed alien army. No one in the foreign race army had expected that the seemingly powerless thing would explode with such terrifying power when it exploded. Those who were able to survive were the stronger ones, but they were also severely injured. The human army that suddenly charged over was full of vigor. Even if they were at their peak state, they would still be no match for this human army, let alone the fact that most of their army had already been destroyed. Commander, we encountered the army led by Coiling Dragon. They were attacked by an unknown object and suffered heavy casualties. Please send reinforcements immediately. Send reinforcements immediately. The 9 leaders were pitch black, their bodies almost completely cracked and bleeding from their 7 orifices. They managed to survive by relying on their powerful strength. Each of them sent out an emergency request for help at the first moment and sent the situation to the commanders of their respective galaxies. Kill, 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 kill. Coiling Dragon took the lead like a ferocious beast in human form. He started to kill violently. The members of the Legion also unleashed their most powerful attacks without holding back. They only had one goal, which was to destroy the enemy as quickly as possible and then retreat immediately. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Charge, charge, charge. Fuck you. Boom. The Coiling Dragon heaven-splitting axe, as if it was splitting the heavens and splitting the earth, directly chopped a leader who was trying to boost the morale of the defeated soldiers into pieces. It's been 3 minutes. Retreat. After holding on for 5 minutes and still not being able to destroy the enemy, Coiling Dragon reluctantly gave the order. Fucking retreat, all of you. This is an order. Seeing the cultivators who didn't carry out the order immediately, Coiling Dragon cursed. Leader will, fuck you, carry out the order. If you're 1 second late, you'll be expelled. Boom. Coiling Dragon was the first to turn into a stream of light and fly towards the battleship. At this time, the members of the army, no matter how unwilling they were, immediately followed Coiling Dragon at the fastest speed. Not long after they boarded the battleship, the members of the Coiling Dragon Legion gasped when they saw the large screen of the battleship showing the army of non-human cultivators charging at them from all directions. Damn it! Did you see that? Fortunately, I stuck to boss's order. If we were 2 minutes later, how many of us could have escaped? The human-shaped beast Coiling Dragons suddenly replaced the enemy on the screen of the 100 warships. It pointed at everyone's noses and cursed. Did you see that? I hope there won't be a next time. Military orders must be obeyed. Who the fuck dares to talk nonsense with me? Even if the enemy doesn't kill you, I'll kill you first. Almost at the same time, on the right side of the 9 galaxy alliances, Du Jing stared at all the army members with a gloomy expression. The people of the 2 legions kept quiet out of fear. This is the first battle. Now, I'll tell you the highest goal of the 11 legions of proud heavens. At this time, Du Jing and Coiling Dragon spoke in their respective legions. Our mission is to pin down the enemy as much as possible, not to fight to the death. The 11 legions of proud heavens move in 11 directions alone. What do we have to fight against the non-human armies? Even if the enemy is cannon fodder, there's still the Supreme of Hongmeng. There's still a huge army alliance. Just now, you could have killed all of them, but when you did, your legions would have been surrounded. Which one of you is confident you can escape? If that's the case, 3 battles, and you'll all be dead. Coiling Dragon and Du Jing said the same thing. Junior brother, Bug, I don't want you to die, huh? The members of the Coiling Dragon Legion and the Du Jing Legion suddenly frowned and wore strange expressions. What's going on? Cough cough. Senior brother, about that, you should just say it yourself. Cough cough. Boss, do it yourself. Do it yourself. There's no need to hide it. After all, everyone in the Outworld battlefield knows about your amazing battle record. Du Jing said awkwardly. The 2 of them had just finished their first battle, and were reporting to Chen Hao when Chen Hao told them to tell the rest of their legions the plan. Now that they knew the goal, they wouldn't question their leader's orders again. But Coiling Dragon was one thing. He was a bore to begin with, but even Du Jing seemed to have lost a string. He directly repeated Chen Hao's words. Now he had said his own name. I'll let you all enjoy the heroism of our boss. What the others didn't know was that Coiling Dragon and Du Jing's brainless actions were actually intentional. They had already received orders from Commander Si Xian, or more accurately Yi Lan, that if they received any information about Chen Hao, they were to report it immediately. Yi Lan didn't say much. He only said, if you think about your boss, think about Ao Tian, and think about yourselves, then don't hide any of his achievements. Push him out from behind the scenes. How could Coiling Dragon and Du Jing not understand what Yi Lan meant? Buzz buzz. After Coiling Dragon and Du Jing finished speaking, they didn't wait for Chen Hao's reply and directly switched the communication link with Chen Hao to Chen Hao's current image. Fuck. The moment Chen Hao appeared on the display, the word fuck was uttered. The cultivators of the two legions, who were 70% female, all opened their mouths wide. Cough cough. However, Chen Hao didn't cut off the connection. He coughed and sat up straight. His handsome face and dark eyes were emitting a sharp and cold aura. Right now, our opponents are just the cannon fodder of the Alliance of the Nine Galaxies. You are the elites of the human race selected by Aotion. If we have to sacrifice you to fight the cannon fodder, we will definitely lose this battle. In the end, the vast universe galaxy will fall. Our family, friends, and billions of compatriots will be trampled, ravaged, and enslaved by the Nine Galaxies. This is just the beginning. It's far from the time to fight with our lives on the line. The real battle will be after the cannon fodder is annihilated. Therefore, I want none of you to die. You have to achieve the greatest battle record with the least effort and price. Suppress your thoughts of sacrificing yourselves. Third update. Chapter 11:20. In just 2 minutes, your two legions have wiped out 70% of their forces. Only 30% are left. If we leave decisively and don't lust after the remaining 30%, we'll have 0 casualties. Our strategy is simple. We'll attack them again and again, and then we'll move to another location. That's because we have the concealment of our battleships, and we're faster than them. Why should we risk our lives? Our vast universe planetary system is fighting alone against an alliance of 9 planetary systems. None of them are weaker than us, and quite a few of them are stronger than us. What's the point of victory? If we fight with absolute power, we'll lose. That's why we can't just fight with our lives on the line. None of us are cannon fodder. You, and all human cultivators who are preparing for the war at the entrance of the human territory, are not cannon fodder. Chen Hao's expression was one of arrogance and self-confidence. What we need to do is split up their forces and break them down one by one. We can't just charge in and fight to the death. Time, place, and people are all in our favor. What's there to fear? Our entrance is limited. No matter how many of them they have, they won't be able to do anything at the same time. Guarding the entrance isn't a matter of merit, but a matter of not making any mistakes. As long as we can stall for time, we'll be fine. As for us 11 wolves, we'll be the sharp fangs of the elephant that is the alliance of 9 planetary systems. We'll tear them apart piece by piece. We'll make the most of our advantages. What are our advantages? Our individual strength, our concealment, and our speed. That's why we're going to ambush them. We'll stun them with a single blow, and then move 100 million kilometers away. Regardless of the results, we'll end the battle quickly. If the enemy advances, we'll retreat. If the enemy retreats, we'll advance. If the enemy stays, we'll attack. That's our strategy. That's the strategy of the proud Heaven 11th Legion. Think of it as a game. Chen Hao's lips curled into a mocking smile, and his eyes shone with wisdom. A game where we play hooligan with our opponents. A game where we harass, lure, and kill them. We'll use time to slowly devour them. All right, find an opportunity. Continue. Whoosh. Chen Hao cut off the video feed, and the 20,000 soldiers from the two legions, including Du Jing and Coiling Dragon, were all in an uproar. Hooligan, this was definitely a hooligan tactic. The armies of the 9 planetary systems were like a group of girls huddled together, while Proud Heaven's 11 legions were like perverted wolves. If they tried to take advantage of a group, they could drown Proud Heaven with a single spit. But if they focused on a single target, they could easily wipe out an entire legion. Even if they were only halfway through and didn't manage to kill all of them, they would still have profited. As long as this action was repeated over and over again, the other party would be divided up bit by bit. It's changed. It has changed. Coiling Dragon Legion. Du Jing Legion. When the Coiling Dragon Army and Du Jing Army finished their first attack, in the second world of the vast universe galaxy, the battle records of over 20,000 people changed. The Coiling Dragon Army and Du Jing Army shot up countless ranks, especially Du Jing, who was best at group attacks. He killed hundreds of non-humankind cultivators as soon as his battle record changed. It was much higher than Lin Xia, the vice commander of the army. Obviously, this was not the number that the army commander had assigned to the group battle. Instead, it was the number that he had killed when he fought alone. After a while, the total battle record of the 20,000 people of the two armies was calculated. Each army had killed over 6,000 people. From the beginning to the end of the battle record, it only took 2 minutes. Without a doubt, such a terrifying killing speed was very shocking. But the most shocking thing was that there were no casualties. 0 casualties. The two legions killed around 13,000 enemy troops and suffered 0 casualties. This was no doubt very shocking. Especially in a chaotic battle between two armies, it was basically impossible. After all, this was not like Chen Hao's one-man slaughter. Instead, it was a chaotic battle where many of the soldiers had battle records. But now, it was happening for real. This was a miracle. Moreover, the human cultivators soon realized that the first 2 battles were just the beginning of a miracle. More than half of you are dead? The commanders of the 9 galaxies roared. In just 2 minutes, more than half of you are dead? Are you pigs? Commander, the cylindrical object shot by the enemy was very powerful. It instantly destroyed half of our people. Those who were lucky enough to survive were severely injured. Please take a look. The remaining leaders of the two armies reported the scene of the battle to their respective commanders in horror. After the 9 commanders saw the video, they angrily issued a notice to all the armies. Chi. A few days ago, 100 masters from each of the 9 galaxies cut through the void and headed toward the entrance of the human race at a terrifying speed. There were 900 of them. They were the top masters of the 9 galaxies in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. They appeared for only one purpose: killing God Chen Hao. Every one of them had an aura that even the current commanders of the 9 galaxies could not compare to. The strongest few had extremely terrifying auras. Ordinary Hongmeng Supremes would not be able to fight back under their pressure. Killing God Chen Hao, old man will kill you with his own hands. An elder from the tyrants, who was leading the way and could travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, had an extremely terrifying aura. His eyes were as cold as swords, and his heart was extremely cold. This old man was the leader of the 100 masters of the tyrants. He was also the strongest among them. When the other 99 people saw the person who had been appointed as their leader but whose name they had never heard before, their dissatisfaction disappeared. How was this relying on the position of the Jin family's patriarch? He was using his true strength. He was truly powerful. Even a few top geniuses who were close to the strength of a cutting Tao perfected immortal felt boundless terror from this old man. There was no doubt that this was a master who had the strength to kill ordinary cutting Tao perfected immortals. This also made everyone feel that the Jin family's foundation was even more unfathomable. Yes, this old man was from the Jin family. If the controller had not appointed him as their leader this time, they would never have heard of such a person in the Jin family. Jinji. Just like the golden dragon that appeared out of nowhere in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, he was so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. Although they had never seen him in action, the instinctive feeling between masters made them know that they were no match for this old man. Naturally, they were no match for him. Jin Ji, the number of extremes. 9. After the Shao family's patriarch fused the 9 lives, he separated another life to kill Chen Hao. It was the 9th life. 4th update. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.